All right, all right. I think we're going to go ahead and start here. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm not a professor, but you can call me Nap. And welcome on in to a very, very special stream that I have been wanting to do for months, and we're finally doing it. So first off, though, hello Toki, hello Matthew, and hello Wayward Bard. Welcome on in. Hope all of you are having a great evening. Um, or day wherever you are. Evening, day, whichever one. But yeah, welcome on in everybody. Uh this is going to be a very fun, unique stream. This is the stream equivalent of, like, when people say that they're going to yap about their special interest for hours. That's what this is going to be. Where basically, because if you don't remember, um this was a what's it called? A goal, sorry, yeah, a goal for the from the affiliate stream, where where I said that if we hit a certain amount of subs, I would do a museum tier list stream. And it's something that honestly I've been wanting to do for I've had this idea for a long time, like since last year, but I didn't really think of like the right time to really like do it. And so when the affiliate stream was coming up, I was like, oh, you know what? That would be a great idea for, like, a sub goal. So that's here we are. Here we are, here we are. Um, but yes, it was uh let me see. What else do we want to talk about real quick before we get in? I want to wait a little bit, wait for a few other people maybe to come in before we get started here. Um so I was initially planning on doing a Stardew Valley stream this weekend. But unfortunately, I just got too busy working on other things, and I needed to work on other stuff, and I just ran out of time. That by the time I would have maybe had time to do one, it was like I was very tired and just like it wouldn't have been a good stream, honestly, if I decided to do it. Um, but one of the things that I was working on, let me actually go ahead real quick and grab it real quick, was a new YouTube short. We have another YouTube short done. Uh, Let me go ahead and grab the link for it real quick. All right, here we go. And I'm going to put a little thing here in the chat, and it'll be there for the rest of the stream. All right. Let me go ahead and pin that. There we go. Right, so yeah, so that is the most recent short that I was working on this weekend. That's part of the reason why there was no Stardew stream this weekend. Um, but I'm actually very happy with it. I think it turned out really well. Um, And it's just I'm finding that with the shorts, the biggest problem that I have is that there's a 3-minute cap, and there are so many other like details and things I want to talk about with these shorts, but I can't. Because I mean, it's another short on somebody else in the photo that we researched. Um, two people specifically. It's two people that we looked at. Um, and it's getting more difficult, I'm realizing, as we're going on, to like keep it under 3 minutes just because of how much information we found on some of these people. It's getting very, very, very difficult at times. Like my initial draft of this short was like 4.5 minutes, and the current short, as it is right now, is exactly 3 minutes and 2 minutes and 59 seconds. And I had to do, and that was after cutting some stuff that I did originally want to include, but I couldn't. Um, just because there was, again, like, just not enough time. But that's why my plan is after I finish all these shorts, I'm gonna make a longer, like, video essay, talking about all of these things in more detail, where I'm not gonna have a time constraint. It's probably gonna be at least an hour-long video of just talking about the people, because, like I said, there's so much stuff that we found, on each person. Um, but yeah, it was, and I'm just really happy that it's done, and it's doing pretty well. So if you can go and, support it, give it a like, watch it, support the algorithm gods that run our lives on YouTube, because that's the only way we survive, by sacrificing to the algorithm gods. It's the only way to make it. But yeah, let's see what else. Um, there is something else I do want to talk about, but unfortunately, I think if I go into too much detail, I will dox myself. But I'll just say this. I did get to go this week. I Earlier this week, I did get to go see a popular comedian perform uh at their show, and
Wow.
it was very, very,
What a beaut.
very fun. Hey, pirate. Thank you so much. Wow, 14 months. Dang. Thank you so much for being here, man. This is awesome. Thank you so much for being here for so long. Over a year already. And thank you so much for sticking around. Um, but yeah, we're gonna be uh talking about museums today, so buckle on in. Um, yeah, so anyway, like I was saying, uh I'll just say that I did get to see a comedian this weekend, a popular comedian, and God, it was a great show. I think it was possibly one of the best comedy shows of my life that I've been to, because God, I was laughing so hard. The openers, people were great. The performer him like themselves was great. Uh like it was just really, really, really awesome. Hardest I've laughed in a long time. Uh and yeah, good content, great guy. How can we ask for anything more? Oh, pirate. Thank you so much, man. I try to provide good content. I don't know if I succeed all the time, but I try. Good content. I feel like I'm like a good at least like 50% of the time, which I think is pretty good. We'll see how this we'll see how this stream goes. It might be, I think this might be the turning point of like, okay, this guy's just this guy's just yapping about boring stuff. Hey, Aeon, thank you so much for the lurk. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you for being here. Um, but yeah. Let's see. Anything else going on? I don't really okay, I think I'll start announcing this here. Um, let's see. Trying to think what else is coming up. I'm most likely going to Austria sometime in the next 2 weeks. First international trip in 4 years. That's awesome, Toki. That is awesome. I've only been to, well, no, okay, I've been to Vienna. Oh shoot, that just makes me realize I forgot to put an art museum in. I forgot to put an art museum on this list. Hold on. I forgot the Vienna Art Museum. Thank you so much for saying that. How could I forget the Vienna Art Museum? Yeah, good thing you brought that up. Yeah, are you going to Vienna? Um, let's see. Okay, here we go. We'll see if this works. Let's see. Oh, nope, that's not what I want to do. Nope, come on. Hold on. Okay, trying to get this work. I won't be staying in Vienna. I'll be in Graz. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't been to Graz. I've been to Vienna and I've been to where's the city, the town that the Olympics was it? Is that Innsbruck where the Olympics like a long time ago were held? I've been there. Um, but yeah, no, that's awesome. Hope you have a great time. I'm trying to avoid having to go to Nigeria with work. Ooh, that's actually a crazy that's a crazy location. I mean, I'd go to Nigeria. I think that would be really cool. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Okay, there we go. Thank you so much, Toki. The Austria Art Museum has been added to the list. All right. All right. There we go. I have no idea. I barely know anything about the country. I mean, Austria, I feel like, is a pretty easy country to navigate and get around, even if you don't know. Almost everybody speaks at least English, so that at least helps. Oh, hey, Onion. Welcome on in. Good to see you. But I already know the answers. I'm an OG. Oh, are you talking about the answers for what my favorite museums are? We'll see. We'll see what we're going to be talking about a lot of things today. The job they want me there is a nightmare. So more the job than the country. Okay, I see. That makes sense. Yeah, if you're just going to go there for work and it's going to be like a nightmare job. And it also probably depends on how long it would be too. You went on like a 20-minute talk about a certain museum in the last stream? Did I? Wait. I'm trying to think. What museum was I yapping about? Was it the Met? I know I've talked about the Met before. It's a new one. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yes, I do know what you're talking about, Onion. Yes, that one is on here. I do know. I think I do know which one you're talking about. Took me a second, but yes, I figured it out. Vienna, don't they make famous little sausages there? I mean, technically, yes, they do. I don't think I had anything like that when I was there. I mean, they have sausage, but I feel like the tiny ones are like uh the tiny ones are like an American thing or a non-Austrian thing. Um, but no, yeah, Vienna is a really cool city. I was also what was also really cool was when I was in Vienna, I was there the first like few days of their Christmas market, which was amazing cuz god, you guys in Europe do Christmas market like especially markets and everything. It's so much better than here in the US. It's so nice. It's so pretty. Like it's it's just overall better. It's overall just so much better, so much more atmospheric. Like when I was in Germany, especially like I went to several German like Christmas markets. God, the vibes and the atmosphere are just so fun. Having some hot wine and or glue wine, I think is what they call it in German, glue wine. But yeah, it's overall it's ooh, having some hot wine outside, like in the cold. Yeah, the spiced one. Yes, the spiced wine. It's it's so nice. Just the atmosphere and everything. Like if it, if I if only I had, family in Europe, then I'd be like, all right, yep, we're going to Europe for Christmas every year. The atmosphere, even when I was in like London and like the in Edinburgh, it was just so like, and I went to that. what is it? There's the one famous like festival in London that's in I think it's in Hyde Park. That's like huge. Um, I forget what it's called, but it's like I went there on accident. I like didn't I just heard like, oh yeah, there's a Christmas market, and so I went there and I had no idea what it was. And I got there and it's basically like in the US like the equivalent of like a county fair or even a state fair actually. It was huge and it was cool, but I remember like a lot of people like after I told them that I went, like local like people who I've told um that I like, know London or like know that thing, like they're always like, "Oh my God, you went to that?" Everyone says like to skip it because it's like crazy and busy. And it was busy when I was there, but it wasn't like unbearably it wasn't like ungodly busy. Yeah. All right. I always preferred the spice. I almost said spider because I saw cider and spiced, which I guess it. Yeah, why don't they call it? Wait, that's a thing. Why I can. I'm trademarking that. I'm taking that spice cider, like a brand of spice cider. Call it Spider. Someone has to have done that. Someone has to. Someone has to have already existed with that. That would be very, very cool, though. Hey, Neff, good to see you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for lurking. It's just gonna be me yapping about museums, for the next 3 hours, ranking my favorite ones. So, all right. When I start renting my own, when I start renting on my own, you are free to come and stay. Definitely won't be Germany though. Hey, I mean, I love Europe in general. I've been to pretty much most Western European countries and and a lot of Eastern Europe. I haven't been to the only Western European country I have not been to is Spain. Like I've been like almost everywhere else in Europe. I haven't been to Spain, and I guess okay, I technically haven't been to Liechtenstein. Um uh Perfect. That's exactly where I am. Oh, hey, there we go. There you go, man. That's perfect. Go somewhere new. But yeah, cuz we do have some uh just marry a European, then you can have family over here. Hey, easier said than done. Very much easier said than done. Um, but also, like like all jokes aside, like living in Europe would be very difficult. Like just because I'm already far enough from my family as is, being on the East Coast and they're all on the West Coast. So, but then again, I guess kind of what's a few extra hours, I guess if I'm in Europe, I probably would honestly be seeing them the same amount that I do already. So maybe it wouldn't be as bad as I think it is. All right. Let's go ahead here and let's go ahead and get started. I think we've wasted enough time. So I have made a tier list with I've made a tier list. Oh wait, no, there was one more thing I was going to mention. Sorry. Before we get into the tier list, one other thing I do want to mention now, and start advertising it, because it's about 2 weeks away. June 14th. That is my birthday stream. That is my birthday stream, and I do actually have something kind of kind of a debut. Kind of. Not really, but kind of. I don't know. I'll just say I have something in the works that I'm very excited about. Uh but yeah. So be on the lookout for next or not next Sunday, the Sunday after, June 14th. Um It'll be very much definitely be a special stream. And speaking of which, I don't know what we're gonna do next Sunday. I haven't figured that out yet. I'm trying to think. Uh, because I know on Wednesday we're gonna play more. Uh, more. We're gonna finish up 2 Point Museum DLC, and then this most, and then this coming Sunday. I don't know. I'll have to look. I'll have to figure something out. But don't worry. That's something for future nap to worry about. Let's see here. The cost of traveling those hours would probably be a lot higher. That is true. Yes, it would definitely cost a lot more money to go home, to go back home and see family if I was in Europe. And, the famously, the museum field is not known for making money and being wealthy. So, speaking of which, let's go ahead and let's transfer on over here to our screen. All right. And let's go ahead here. All right. So here we are. Here is our tier list. This is our tier list that I've made. It is 52 museums. 52 museums that we have listed here. I tried to find good like symbols for all of them. Um but and also I decided I couldn't really do the traditional A through E or F, ranking. Thought that was kind of boring. And also I would say I've never really been to like an F museum fully. Like a truly F tier museum. So I decided to kind of make my own little like rankings here, categories, if you will. Um, so if you look right here, uh, we have at the top here, our highest ranking is get a membership. So these are museums that like if I lived near them, I would, or if they offered memberships, I would absolutely get it. So I could like go all the time, get like, discounts for like other events or like be in the know, be on like their newsletter and stuff like that. These are going to be like my favorite museums. Then return for special exhibits. These are also still great museums that like if they were running a special exhibit that I would definitely go back for and maybe visit, more than once. Then below that, we have visit at least once. So those are museums that like, if you're visiting say like a city for the first time or something like that, I would like you would still want to try and get there to try and go. Um so that's what that one is. It's again, all three of these are still good. All three of these are like still like they're all considered good. And then only if bored is kind of the first like not like one where I'm like no, you can kind of skip it. It's very much like, oh, if you've done everything else and you need something to do, you can go to this museum. uh and then for the worst of the worst is going to be skip it. These are museums that I don't even think are worth it, you know. There's not going to be a ton here, but they're definitely going to be. I'm going to be honest, like more majority, like these two levels right here, these two levels are going to be like huge. Majority, like probably like at least like probably three-quarters of them are probably going to be in these two. Honest, if I'm going to be 100% honest. Um, and also, okay, yes, and I also want to talk about before we actually start ranking, what am I going to be judging on? So, am I going to be judging on? So, um, I'm going to be judging purely from a guest perspective. Um, on like, how uh so there's going to be certain like aspects I'm going to look at. So, I'm going to look first at cost. How much does it cost to enter the museum? Is the price worth it? Is it free? Do they offer discounts? Stuff like that. The quality of the exhibits. Are they up to date? Are they constantly updating them? Is it, looking old and tired? Um, Stuff like that. Uh, and then what they have on display themselves. Do they have like a flagship thing, or do they have multiple flagship things, like a big famous piece that like everybody wants to see? That's what we're going to be judging them on. And I'm going to say, but at this, we are not going to be judging them on for this stream is like ethics and repatriation, because if we judge museums purely on that, a lot of these would be down here. That's a whole other like category or like thing to really rank things on. Because there are a lot of museums on this list that yes have uh problems in terms of like what they have and how they got the things that they have, and repatriation and stuff like that. Looking at you, British Museum. Um but that's not what we're going to be focusing on. That's not what we're going to be focusing on. Like I said, it's going to be purely as a guest. If you're going there as a guest and you don't know the background of some of these things, how would you rank this museum? And again, these are all my personal opinions. If you disagree with me on any of these, that's fine. That's and you know what? Say you disagree in the chat. If you've been to any of these and you want to share your own opinions, I don't want like if you have comments or questions or anything like that, feel free to say so in the chat. Don't feel like this is a purely yap stream where I'm just going to lecture for hours and hours. Um, you guys can feel free to ask questions. And actually, speaking of questions, let's ask our buddy Lewis here. Uh, let's ask our buddy Lewis here how he thinks this is going to go. So, hey Lewis, how do you think this museum stream is going to go?
Be sure to credit the creators when reacting to content that isn't yours.
I mean, this is all kind of my content. So, also, wait, hold on. Is he doubled? I think he might be doubled. Yes, he is. Sorry about that. But don't worry, this is all my own content. I'm not reacting to anything. This is all original. This is an original idea. This is original content, baby. That's all we do here. um all right. So, I think without further ado, let's get into it. And also I'm not going to be going strictly in order here with all of these. I might jump around like if there are some museums I want to talk about. Um like that kind of like coincide or like they're similar. So I might jump around a little bit, but I think, and also because when I uploaded the photos, it just put them in this random order. So I didn't like organize this really. This is just a random order that it put it in. Um, so yeah. Um, so I think let's go ahead then and let's start here with our first museum. All right, this is the National Museum of American History. This is the Smithsonian American History Museum in Washington, D.C. Um, Now, it feels weird to start like this, but immediately, boom, get a membership. S tier. Awesome. Great museum. Now, am I biased because this is the first Smithsonian I ever went to? Yes. Am I biased because I love American history? Also, yes. But God, this museum, what I love about it is the variety that it has in its topics, in its exhibit halls. Um, and it's truly a museum that you can just spend hours in and not see everything. Like just one of their exhibits can be a regular museum. I remember the first time I went to Washington D.C. When I was 14. Uh my parents and we went to this museum. We thought, okay, we'll spend like half the day there, and then we'll go to one of the other Smithsonians and stuff like that that are all around Washington D.C. And we got there and we go down to their first exhibit, which is their transportation exhibit. That's all about the history of transportation in the US. And they have like full on like diorama, like not diorama, like full on like life size like displays with like like people, like sets that look like, like a stagecoach picking somebody up, a train station with a full train. They have a full train in the exhibit. They have like one area where they talk about cars, where it's like it looks like a 1950s like dealership. Um, just really cool stuff. And we ended up spending like hours in just that section. Hours in just that section by itself, which was awesome. Uh, and that's just like I said, that's just that one exhibit. Now, I will admit there are like one or two exhibits in there right now that have not been updated in a long time. There's one in particular that I know that has not been updated since like the 70s. Like it is old and it definitely needs to be updated. Um, but for me, my love for American history kind of trumps all of that in this case. So that's why it's in get a membership. Um, Also, it's free. That's the other thing too with all the Smithsonian's is that they're all free, which is incredible in itself. Um, just just really amazing, really cool. Like, wait, hold on. Actually, let me see. Can I find a picture? Oh, they also have like things like this. And in terms of like, like famous things they have on display there, they have the Star Spangled Banner on display. They have Julia Child's kitchen. They have the office or the workshop of the guy who invented the first video game console in the US, the Magnavox Odyssey. Um, just really, really cool stuff. Oh, and they have like a whole their newest exhibit that they have that's all on like entertainment. They have things like that on display, like R2D2 and 3C C3PO, Kermit the Frog, uh Prince's guitar, um the one of the like hazmat suits from Breaking Bad, like all kinds of cool, interesting stuff. Let me see if I can find. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh no, wait, that's a different thing. Hold on. Here it is. Yeah, this is like here. You can see here, like this is the. Oh, it's not the best quality. Hold on. Oh, that's a tiny. Why is it tiny photo? It shouldn't be that tiny. There we go. That's a little better quality. But yeah, you can see like, this is just a really cool entertainment hall. They have like again, this is Prince's guitar right here and everything, like really cool stuff. That's the building itself. The exterior of the building's kind of meh, I will admit. Um, that's not American history, that's natural history. We're getting there in a second. Oh yes, and they got my favorite thing. One of my favorite things. Swole Washington. Hold on. There he is. Wow, he's so high quality, it takes a while to load. Look at him. Swole Washington. It's so funny. Especially because you know that if George Washington saw this, he would hate this. He would absolutely hate this. Uh, but yeah. So yeah. So that's why American history, Smithsonian American history gets a museum membership, S tier, amazing museum. All right. So next we have the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Okay. Now the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is in if you don't know, it's in Cleveland, Ohio. It's right on the water on Lake Erie, I believe. Um, it's so I will okay, first of all, I will say I am a big fan of rock and roll. Like rock music is probably my favorite type of music. So I do have that bias here. Um, when I went there, I've been there twice. Um, and I will say, unless they have like a special thing going on, after visiting it twice, I would say it goes and visit at least once. Because again, they do have a lot of really cool stuff on display. They obviously have like, guitars and outfits from all these famous musicians and artists. They have a whole room dedicated to like Elvis and the Beatles and stuff like that. They have so much just memorabilia, like notes and like like and lyrics, like like when they were writing lyrics for like their songs and everything. More guitars than you can like ever imagine in one museum. Um And and what was crazy is that visiting this museum changed my mind on the musician Prince. So I'll admit, before Prince died, I didn't really know his music. That's me with a lot of musicians, honestly. Because I'll admit I'm not a big music guy in general, but um uh Nap, if I don't see the MIM on there, I want my money back. I actually don't know that one, Wayward Bard. Uh 'Cause I mean, yeah, that's the thing though. These are all just museums that I've been to. There's a possibility that like a museum that you like or you love could be on here, and I uh I just haven't been to it. Um oh, and one other thing I forgot to mention at the beginning of this. I am strictly doing museums. My definition of museums is strictly like in this case is buildings, like separate buildings that house exhibits. So I'm not doing like historic houses or palaces or historic sites. So you're not going to see like, like Mount Vernon or a castle, like some castles I've been to or palaces I've been to in Europe or like Gettysburg Battlefield or similar places. I'm strictly doing museums like buildings. Um museum like separate buildings that house exhibits. Um so Uh, so yeah, I'll probably do a separate stream maybe down the line. That'll be a different one where I'll rank like historic houses or historic sites. So that's where I'll talk about places like Mount Vernon and Monticello. Um, what's the name of that palace that I went to in London that Henry VIII is like lived there? I'm blanking on the name of it, but I've been there twice. I should know it. Um, but yeah. Uh, All right. Anyway, back to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. What I was saying before is that this museum changed my mind on the musician Prince because before going to this museum, I'd heard like a few Prince songs, like specifically mostly like after he died, and I was just like, okay, like at that time I thought he was overrated. I'll be honest, I thought he was kind of overrated. But then I went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and at when I was there, and I think they still play this. I don't know. Um, they had a uh a special like theater experience where you would sit in this theater, huge screen, lights and everything like that, and it was a montage of all of these performances that were done during Rock and Roll Hall of Fame like induction ceremonies. And the one kind of like finale of this montage was where it was a dedication to I forget who. But there was a performance of the song "My Guitar Gently Weep" while my guitar gently weeps, and it had people like Tom Petty and like other a bunch of people on stage, um, and Prince is there as well. And it gets to a part where Prince does a solo, and it is possibly one of the best solos I've ever heard in a song, like ever. Like it's so it was so good, and it made me realize of like, oh, he's genuinely like musically like talented and impressive. He's not just a good singer. Like he's actually like he knows his stuff when it comes to music that he could do that. So that's what I credit with the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And overall I would say yeah, good museum, uh cool location. I mean, but Cleveland, I'm going to be honest, Cleveland doesn't really have much else. I actually don't know why the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is in Cleveland of all places. It's I don't know, it just feels random. It feels very, very random. Uh, but yeah. All right. Let's see. What do we have next here? Let's see. Okay, let's go ahead and let's talk about this next one here. This I couldn't find like a logo for it. So this is just a picture of the building. And it's technically two museums, but I'm combining them because when you go see one, you have to see the other because they're basically just like interweaving like, floors. Um so this is an art museum. This is the Smithsonian National Portrait Gallery and American Art Museum. And if I had to put this on here, okay. When I put it before, I would put it. I think I would put it in. I think I'm going to put it here. I'm going to put it in visit at least once. Because uh, because it's two museums. They do have cool special exhibits every once in a while. But in terms of famous art pieces, it's first of all, it's mostly American art. So you're not going to get things like like Rembrandt or stuff like that. Um, you're not going to get any like European artists. It's strictly American art. Um, and they do have some really good pieces. I do love my favorite art style of all time is Hudson River Valley Art School style, which hold on, let me pull up some examples of that. Hold on. So it's like Thomas Cole and like that's it's mostly like it's like landscape paintings that look like this. Um just I mean just look at that. Like that's like just the detail. I love the detail. Like I love I mean look at this. Like all the detail, you see the little people right here, all the individual little trees, like all the, you got some of the out like houses and stuff like that. There's little people right down here. Like it's so good. I love it so much. Like this is the only type of like, like art where like, because they say like when you see art that you like, oh, you feel like you want to like jump into the painting. That's how I feel with this art. I want to blue skidoo right into this painting right now. If I could blue skidoo into a piece of art, it would be like this style right here. Like it's just so I love how they do the lighting, the like haze and the trees. It's just all so good. Um, like let's see, do they have? Oh yeah, this one. Oh wait, no, or is it? Might be this like this one as well. Oh yes, it is this one. This is one that I've seen before, but it's like, oh, look at that. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. You got the little guy on the horse. You got the little house out here. You got the light, like the clouds with like the rain coming down and everything with the lighting. The like kind of like late afternoon, almost kind of golden hour, kind of. It just it's so good. I love it. I love it so much. So so the American Art Museum does get some props for having art like that, um, which I do really like. Uh, Now the other side of it is the National Portrait Gallery, which is literally just uh like the most famous part of the National Portrait Gallery is they have the gallery dedicated to all the presidents, where they have a portrait of at least one portrait of every president of the United States on display. Um, and it's good. But it's just not. I'm gonna be honest. Like portrait art is honestly probably like I'm not as interested in it. I'm way more personally interested in like landscape paintings. Um, but there is one thing that this museum has that I love, which is that this building that it's in used to be the US Patent Office. It used to be the US Patent Office. And what they've done, hold on here. Let me just look it up real quick, see if I can find it. Um, uh, Hold on. Here we go. It has this. Let me see if I can. It has this. Oh, sorry, Wayward Bard. If you tried to put in a link, I didn't. Yeah, links unfortunately aren't allowed. Um, in chat. Uh, but uh, but you can tell me what you. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay. I see what this is. Okay. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Wayward Bard. I guess yeah, because you don't. Yeah, because you normally listen audio off. I'll work on getting that set up. Uh, Next stream, hopefully. I'll just hold on real quick. Okay. All right. But yes. Anyway, yeah. So this room right here. This is the old patent office room. Um, and it's such a cool room. Like it has all the original like iron railing and like all the original like open like center concept. Because back in the day, all of these like areas around along here were just filled with um with patent models and stuff like that and patent information. Um, and what they've done is they've taken this space is that they've converted it to one of my favorite things, which is open storage. Open storage, where it's stuff that is like cramped in here. You can see it here. It's like stuff that's like cramped, uh, like on display here, uh, in like a way that it would normally be stored. Um, but it's a way that so that people can see more of the collection, and also save on storage space, in the actual storage of the museum. It's one of my favorite things to see at a museum, and this museum does a great job of it. Um, but something that they also do have, and I don't know if there's going to be pictures of it. Um, Let me see. Do they have? Da, 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 da. Do they have their conservation lab? Hold on. Let me look real quick. Here we go. Okay, so this is their conservation lab, which is just down the hall. And how it's set up is that people can walk by, and you can see right here kind of, they can look in and watch the people work on their, as they're working on like restoring and like conserving artwork. And I have mixed feelings on this. On one end, as a visitor, this is cool to see the process and everything like that. But if as a museum worker, I would hate this. I would hate this so much if I was always like basically I'm like a fish in an aquarium, just like being watched as I work. And especially if I screw up, like which I don't think. I mean, there are people who work here are professionals. They very rarely or likely ever do really screw up. But I don't know. There's just something about always the possibility of being watched like this. Just oof. Just I don't know. I see the meaning behind it and I understand why they do it, but for me personally, no. Just no. All right. Uh so yeah, that is why this museum I think it should go and visit at least once. They don't have like really a big like famous piece that they have. Maybe some of the president paintings that they have there, but what can you screw up as a museum worker other than dropping something? Yes, I'm that clueless. So no, it's all right. That's a perfectly fine question, Toki. Um, it not necessarily dropping stuff, but like I mean, yes, that is obviously. I mean, thankfully, knocking on wood on my desk here, I've never dropped anything, or really damaged anything while working on it. Um, but sometimes accidents do happen. Um, in terms of just because they're specifically in the conservation lab where they are working on restoring art pieces. And that is where if you do, there's possibilities, not just that you would necessarily drop something, but you could, spill something. You could accidentally uh paint, or like uh paint the wrong thing or use the wrong solvent to like, like clean something or fix something. And just like, one of the parts that you have to do as an art conservator or art restorer is to like actually like fill in like like spots like on the painting that need to be filled like with paint like and repaint it, like certain sections. And I would just be like nervous of like, oh my god, what if I do a bad job? But that's why I could never be an art conservator because I never could do stuff like that personally. um But, yeah. So it's mostly just the restoration side of things. I mean, most of the stuff that, like, could be screwed up is stuff you're not gonna see really. Like, it's gonna be more behind the scenes stuff that aren't gonna be noticeable to guess. For example, like, okay, hold on. Okay, I think I can tell this story. I worked at a place one time where we would, upload collections, like digitized collections to like images as images to our online website. So like if a bunch of somebody's like letters, like a collection of letters, we would digitize them and make them available online for researchers, so you didn't have to come in to see them. Well, there was one time this collection was put online and it was a big deal because it had been like this collection had been worked on for a while and like it wasn't um it had been like there were some problems, and so like it was kind of like on the back, like behind the scenes there was it was just a mess on on the technical side of things, which is way beyond my pay grade. And so when it was finally uploaded and made available, they were like, "Hey, this collection is uploaded. Here's the link, to link that you can click on it and see it online." And I click on the link, like not long after they sent that message, and I look at it, and every single image online is mirrored. They're backwards. Somehow, the entire collection, something was messed up in the upload process, and the entire collection, all of the pictures were backwards, which when your images are mostly of like text and like writing becomes very obvious very quickly. So then I had to send a message of being like, "Hey, this isn't just me, right? Everything on here is backwards." And yeah, and then they were like, "Oh crap." And so they had to go back and fix it. They were able to fix it and it was fine. But, and the collection is like last I checked, I mean like this was a while ago. Like it was fine and we could see it. They fixed it and everything, but um yeah, like quality control 100. Well, here's the thing, Toki, which is crazy, is that before they're uploaded, we did have like crazy quality control. Like it was just that last step of like actually looking at the images on the website that they didn't do. That was the one aspect that like they didn't look at. Which I mean, personally, I don't know how you couldn't like at least look once it's uploaded and not see that. I don't know. But before sending the link of being like, "Hey, everybody, look at this." Um, but yeah, that was interesting. But yeah, so that's the type of stuff that can go wrong, kind of like behind the scenes. That one could have been noticed by like possibly by a guest or like people using the website, but it's not super like common, or it's not like going to be super noticeable to the average person. Um, all right, we are in ads right now, so I'm going to hold off real quick on talking about the next museum here. Um, so hold on, let me get some water real quick. Oh, sorry, I accidentally hit my microphone. Also, I'm realizing that like we're over an hour in, and we've only talked about 3 museums out of 52. So I might have to speed things up a little bit. I might have to speed things up because I mean I will admit there are some here that like I don't have a ton of comments on. I mean, yeah, there are some here I definitely have like heart like kind of harsh opinions on, but we'll see. Ugh. I'm trying to think here. Hold on, wait. What is the math of like if we did 3 in an hour out of 52? Hold on. Hold on. What's the math here? See if the math can math. So wait, so if we done so 49 or sorry. Hold on, wait. Oh my God, my brain is like shattering trying to do the math of like if we done 3 in an hour. If we did 3 an hour, we'd be here for 17 hours, which I don't think we are. I mean, a lot of that it was like the intro and like getting set up and everything. So, you know, definitely won't be going for definitely won't be going for 17 hours here. I'm not that crazy. All right. Uh so all right, I think we're done with ads here. So let's go ahead and let's talk about the next museum here, which is Smithsonian. We're doing it looks like a lot of the Smithsonian's are along here, which is great. So we'll just hit all the Smithsonian's out of the way here. So next one, Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum. Now this is interesting because the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum is at a bit of a crossroads. They are just finishing up a huge restoration project where they basically completely gutted their main museum in downtown Washington D.C. and redid everything from the ground up for the most part. Because I'll admit, before it was restored, when I went there when I was like in high school and stuff, it was pretty sad. Some of the stuff, you can tell some of the exhibits, like, hadn't been updated since the '70s. They were very old-fashioned and, like, kinda old style of exhibits, very static, not very engaging, really. Um, just kind of like that old style of, like, like, "Oh, here's a bunch of stuff, and we put it on display or in a display case, and we're not gonna give you a ton of information on, like, what these things are. Just, look at them," like that kind of style of museum exhibit. Um, but as of right now, the museum is open, but only two-thirds of it is open as of right now. The final part, the final wing of the museum, the restored museum, is gonna be opening this summer, I think in July. Um, and then it'll be fully reopened. Um, and I have to say, as it looks right now, in terms of the quality of it, it's a huge improvement. The Everything has been modernized. There's way more interactivity. There's way more variety of the stuff that's on display. Way more variety in terms of the stories that they're telling. Um, Everywhere got like a fresh coat of paint. I love how the new design of it, like when you're walking through like the main like central area, it feels like an airport, and the signs that they have for, like, to enter, to go into the galleries, they look like airport gate signs, you know? It's just really cool. It feels like an airport, and I just think that's an awesome design choice that they went with. Um, just overall very, very good. And actually, I think oh, yeah, this was months ago, but, like, I did a little thing where I talked about me going to some of the new areas that have been reopened, since then. Also this museum has like tons of like, famous things. They had the Spirit of St. Louis, they have Amelia Earhart's plane, they have most famously the Wright brothers, their for the Wright Flyer, their first plane that they ever flew in. A bunch of other, like rockets and other space related stuff as well. Um, and it's been just a really cool redesign. The exhibit spaces just feel way more immersive, and the theming is so much better. Um, and there's a display case that has a Master Chief helmet on display, so you can see Master Chief in a Smithsonian museum if you wanted to now. So I would say before the renovation, it'd be down here and visit at least once. But for how it is right now and how they've been able to fix it up, it's gone up to return for special exhibits. I would definitely go back for like special exhibits that they have there. Um, it's just really good, really well done overall. All right. Next, we have National Museum of the American Indian. So this is a museum Also, this is also a Smithsonian museum that's specifically dedicated to Native American history and culture. Um, it's on the National Mall. It's not as big as some of the other ones. You can go through it pretty quickly, but they do have some very good rotating exhibits. They have a lot of exhibits that they rotate out. They bring a lot of like artists, like Native American artists to do like like art exhibitions and everything. Uh and those are really good. They talk about like they do a really good job of covering the topic of like cultural appropriation of like the Native American image and how it's been used to sell stuff in like American culture, like the classic cigar store um Indian motorcycles, stuff like that. Um just really cool, really well done. The building itself is really cool and how it's designed. Hold on, actually wait, let me pull up a picture real quick. Uh hold on. Here we go. It's this right here. Like this building right here. Just overall really cool, and it also has these cool like fountains on the side, like outside that you can see right here. And then the interior. Do they have the picture of the interior? Um, there's like this. Oh yeah, here. This part right here. They have this like kind of circle area. This is like when you enter. This is like the lobby area, and they rotate out constantly, like different tribes will do like demonstrations of like different aspects of their culture, whether it's like music, dancing, a craft, like something like that. It's just really cool stuff. um Also, I will say, of all the Smithsonians, this Smithsonian has the best cafe, has the best food, because they offer Native American like dishes and like food in their cafeteria, which is really cool and really unique, like stuff that I've like you don't really see anywhere else. Um, and it's really good compared to comparing it to like American history, which just has like classic just like crappy burgers and chicken tenders and stuff like that. Um, so I think I would put it uh above visit at least once and return for special exhibits because they do actually have special exhibits that I do like. And they do rotate them constantly, which is great. All right. Next one here. Hirshhorn. Okay. All right. This is where I might get in trouble. This is where I might get in trouble because the Hirshhorn is a Smithsonian museum. It is specifically a modern and contemporary art museum. Now, if you paid attention to my streams before, you'll know I am not a fan of most modern and contemporary art. I'm not going to say all, because I think that's too general of a statement. It's mostly like the more abstract and minimalist it gets, the more I don't like it. It's kind of because it's like a lot of it is like the opposite of like the Hudson River Valley style I was showing earlier. Um, it's very different from those things. Hello, Senko. Welcome on in. Are you an artist or something? No, I'm not an artist, but I do work in a museum. I actually do work in a museum IRL. And so that's what I'm basing my rankings here on and my experience. Um, just as like I'm more of a history buff actually than an artist. Um, but so I'm going to talk a little bit about, and we're just kind of ranking some of all the museums that, or a bunch of museums that I visited. Um, but I think for me personally, again, these are all just my opinion. Initially, I thought, okay, maybe only if bored. Phew. I think I might go skip it. I think I'm gonna go skip it, which I know is gonna make some like people like angry, but I just I can't. I even when bored, I only go to the Hirshhorn like almost never. You were really good at drawing my attention, to be honest. Hey, I see what you did there. Good pun. I like that, and I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. Um, but yeah, I just can't get into modern like contemporary art. I really can't. They have I like the last time I went there, which was like a few months ago, I think. They had an exhibit that at first I thought was kind of cool, but like there was one part where they had like there was one part where they had like it was made to kind of look like a moving van almost. And like but it was made out of like plywood kind of, and then you went around the back side of it to where like, the back of the van was like open and there was a TV screen in there. And I just remember like the video, it was suddenly like it was some like, like weird abstract, like video whatever. And then suddenly just out of nowhere it was footage of a naked man running. And there was like no I don't remember seeing any warnings for like nudity or anything like that. So I was just like going about my day at an art museum like and just suddenly just like bam nudity, bam penis. Um and I mean nudity is in art all the time, so that's not really a big deal. It was just more because it was just sudden and out of nowhere that like I don't know. It was I just got like flashbanged, literally flashed. Um, and yeah, hold on, wait. I will admit I do like the building itself. Hold on, let me pull it up. You can see what the building looks like. The building is a giant circle that's like hollow in the center that has like this courtyard in the center. Um, and the way the exhibits are is that they are circles. So like you walk around each floor is a circle, so you walk around the whole thing. Um, oh yeah, this is one of the rooms I remember going into. I think this is a permanent exhibit where it's like, hold on, oh come on, is this gonna show it? Yeah, here we go. No, but yeah, there's like this room, like which is yeah, it's kind of cool, and they have like speakers playing random stuff. It's I don't know, I just get overstimulated going into this room and looking at it. Honestly, it's not my thing personally. Um, like what other exhibits do they have right now? Like yeah, like stuff like this. Like it's just I yeah, I I don't know, man. It's just not it's not for me personally. Um, if you like this kind of stuff, that's perfectly fine. Um, it's just not my thing. And just that also it's not that big. You can go through it very, very quickly. Like you can see it in just it's like compared to the other Smithsonian's, it's very small. Um, it is very, very small compared to the other ones. The latest museum walkthrough for me was a disappointment. It was just pictures with a wall of text next to it. Not even the real stuff on display anymore. Wasted like 23 pounds on that, which is really painful because I'm below the poverty line. Oh, yeah, that does suck. Yeah, and like that is a complaint that has been kind of going around the museum field. Um is that it's there has been over reliance, I feel like, on text and text walls recently, and I have seen that as a complaint from visitors of like there's too much text, like too much reading, to really understand what you're looking at. Um, so yeah, I totally get that, Senko. I have mixed feelings about this kind of art. This kind of art is hit or miss with me. Yeah, and hello, Tea Time Cat. Welcome on in. Yeah, it can be hit or miss. Like again, I'm not going to say I hate all contemporary arts, because like I said, that's too broad of a scale. It's too broad of a um spectrum, really. Um, but yeah, it just in general because of the size of the museum and just the stuff that they normally have on display. It just wasn't. You can go through it very quickly. So yeah, so I personally, unless you are a person who likes modern art, I would skip it. I would not recommend the Hirshhorn. Uh, yeah, and I think also they have Roth. I think they had some Rothkos on display too, and that made me mad because God, if Rothko has no haters, that means I'm dead. I hate Rothko so much. Like that style just genuinely makes me angry. All right. Next with our Smithsonian list, we have the Natural Smithsonian Museum of Natural History. Um, which uh okay, I'll admit I'm not a big science guy. I'm not a big natural history guy. Um, I okay, I would probably put it. Ooh, I would probably put it here, which I know is again is probably kind of uh I don't know if sacrilege, but just kind of like it's because the Smithsonian Natural History Museum, I believe, is the most visited out of all the Smithsonians. Because unsurprisingly, kids love dinosaurs, kids love fossils, so of course they're going to go there. Um, when you have kids with you, they're the ones who are that's the museum that you go to because that's the thing that's going to keep them more engaged. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, I never, even as a kid, I never went through a dinosaur phase. I don't know. I just never, even as a kid, I was like, I don't dislike dinosaurs or anything like that. I'm not like, oh, whatever. They're cool, but I never if you asked me what my favorite dinosaur was, I don't know. I don't think I have one because I don't know enough personally. But I feel like a lot of, and this kind of goes for natural history museums in general. You've been to I this, and again, this might be a bit of a hot take. I feel like if you've been to one, you've been to you've seen a lot of them because the T Rex fossil in Washington D.C. doesn't look that different from the T Rex fossil in Chicago or New York City. Um, like uh just yeah, I just don't. I and also like oh and also like how a lot of like natural history museums are like taxidermy. um like it's all just like taxidermy for the most part, and it's like, okay, I don't need to see a dead version of the animal nowadays. I feel like natural history museums were way more popular in a pre-internet world, because in the pre-internet world, if you wanted to see what an animal looked like, you either had to find a book that had an actual like picture of it, which became more popular over time, made more accessible over time. But for the most part, like if you really wanted to see what an animal looked like, you had to go to one of these museums, and you could see like a 3D like almost like version of it. But nowadays with the internet and all of the Planet Earth documentaries that they make, the appeal is kind of I feel like the appeal has been lost when it comes to natural history museums. Also, with the Smithsonian Natural History Museum in general, the Hope Diamond is overrated as hell. If you don't know, the Hope Diamond is like their famous thing. Like the Hope Diamond is like their this famous big diamond in that they have uh in the museum, and it has like its own like display case. It has a security guard next to it at all times. Like, and honestly, yeah, it's fine, but there are other way I personally there are way cooler gems and crystals in that gallery compared to the Hope Diamond. Hope Diamond is overrated as hell. Hold on, wait. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. Hope Diamond. Is there like a picture of it like in the display? Yeah, this is what the display area looks like for it. It's in the center area. There's always a security guard next to it watching. Um, and you know, this is what it looks like. Yeah, like this is it. Okay, hold on. Let me look at chat. I've been missing some stuff. Very rarely does this kind of modern art work for me. A lot of it feels like hot air with over reliance on text, as you said. But every once in a while, something makes something that speaks for itself. Yes, that's kind of how I feel, Aeon. That's a good way. That's a great way to put it. Dinosaurs are very cool, but I enjoyed making money from making and selling dinosaur things slightly more as a kid. Not sure why that was, though. That's awesome. Hey, you saw you were a hustler. Do you have a favorite bird because they are dinosaurs? Ooh, I do love parrots. I do love like specifically I do love parrots. I do love cherry-headed conures, I think probably the most. Yeah. I've been to Natural History Museum in Chicago a million times and I still love it. Yeah, you know, again, I'm not saying, if you love natural history museums, keep loving them. Go for it. This is just my personal thought. Like I'm not a big science guy, so to me natural history museums don't really do it for me. It's kind of like when I travel, most of the time, like when I travel and go to a new city, I don't go to zoos. I don't go to zoos because like the lions in New York City look the same as the lions in San Francisco. Like unless it's a zoo that is like world famous or has like very unique like the Australian zoo that has very unique wildlife, that they don't really have other places. The Hope Diamond is overrated, but I don't blame the museum for trying to use it to drive ticket sales. Yeah, no, it's very true. I mean, that is their like flagship thing. Um Also a lot of the exhibits in this museum haven't changed, like haven't been updated in a long time. There is one fossil or like bone gallery that they call it that still is the same gallery from when it was built in the 60s, and it's so old now that the museum has a like label, like a label when you go in before you enter, that says like you're about to travel back in time to the 1960s. This it's the exhibit is so old now that the exhibit is like part of the history of the museum now. It's like the exhibit itself has historic value now because it hasn't been updated in like 70 years or 60 years. So yeah. So because of all that, I would put Natural History Museum personally in like, all right. And again, I think we are going to have to move faster because we're an hour and a half in. um, Research and rescue zoos are really cool and tend to have specialists doing work that can't be done anywhere else. Much prefer those than to the usual zoos. Yes, and I feel like just zoos in general, have been like pivoting towards that direction. They are way more focused on like, like conservation, breeding programs, like stuff like that to like, helping endangered species and stuff like that. Education. Whereas before, like back in the day, zoos were specifically just entertainment. Entertainment. Um and I think there is a difference between like those and like I think yeah, there is a term. You're right. But the thing that I'm thinking of is like roadside zoos. And I'm you can't see it, but I'm doing air quotes when I say roadside zoos. They're it's like Tiger King, like that style, where it's like it's not really a zoo. It is literally just a tourist attraction to make money, and you're using animals to make money. It's not about education or conservation or anything like that. All right, so uh, museum National Museum of African American History and Culture. So this is another Smithsonian, uh, and right off the bat, I'm gonna put it up here because I think it does deserve it. It's the most modern of all the museums. Um, it is the most modern of all of the Smithsonian museums, built in like 2016, I think is when it opened. Um, very incredibly well done. It's huge. I went there like the first time I went there a few years ago. It like I only saw like maybe half of it when I was there all day. Also, again, great cafe. Not it's like slight. It's just below that cafe at the National Museum of the American Indian, just barely below, because they serve at the uh, African American History Museum. They sell great like soul food in their cafe, like from the South and everything. And man, is it's good. It is good stuff. Um, definitely recommend going just to the for the cafe itself. The problem though is that because some of the exhibit spaces are very cramped. Um, they are very cramped. They have to still to this day do timed ticket entry, so you have to get tickets online in advance. You can't just show up, which is a little bit of a downside. And I know one of the reasons why it's like that is because because you go through when you start in the museum, it goes in chronological order with the history of African Americans in the United States, starting with the beginnings of the first slave ships being brought over, going all the way up to like the present day, up to around like kind of like the election of Barack Obama as U.S. president. So you're walking through and you're going through this timeline and you're seeing this development of everything. Very cool, very well done exhibits. A lot of really cool stuff on display. A lot of big, like, they have areas where they have a lot of really big stuff on display. Um, and one of uh, favorite my favorite areas was honestly at the very beginning, which again is the design. Where the beginning of it, as it's very emotional too. They have a lot of very good emotional moments. Obviously, when you're talking about this kind of subject matter, they have the when you enter where you start, the exhibits are very cramped. It's very tight, and I do that on purpose because they're trying to like not I don't know if replicate's the right word, but they're trying to evoke that feeling of how it was on these slave ships that were arriving in the US, where people were just in abhorrent, horrible conditions in cramped spaces underneath these ships. So that's the reason why these beginning areas are so tight, because it's as if you are on those ships, like crossing over um, to the US. Um, the problem though is that for in terms of like like crowd control and everything like that, it's not great. And it gets very cramped very quickly in there and kind of uncomfortable. But that's kind of the point. They also have on several floors. They also have several floors dedicated to like various aspects of African American culture. So they have like sections dedicated to music, movies, different like sports, neighborhoods, art, all different other kinds of stuff, which is really cool, really well done, very modern, very interactive. So yes, it definitely belongs in get a membership. All right. Next up, I think this is the final Smithsonian Museum on here. I think it is. Yeah. All right. This last one here, it's a little bit of a random one. It is the Post Office Museum. or the Postal Museum. It is a Smithsonian. It is a Smithsonian, and the only reason it exists is because the like stamp and like postal collection at the American History Museum, oop, at the American History Museum got so big that they had to like create its own museum that is specifically dedicated to just post office or the history of the post in the United States. And honestly, it's not that bad. It's actually pretty cool, some of it. Um, they do have like one area, like one gallery that is literally just dedicated to stamps, and it's just like what like all these like little like vertical drawers that you pull out and you can see all these different stamps from not just US history, but also from all over the world. I learned way more about stamps than I ever thought I would when I went there for the first time. Um, and I do have a funny story where they have one of the things they have on display. Okay, what's his name? Hold on. Oh yes, they got this guy. They got this guy right here. This is Oni. He is a taxidermy dog that is on display in the Postal Museum. He got famous and a bit of a postal mascot when he was riding around in mail trains um, for for like several years. And every time he traveled somewhere in the mail train, he was like a national sensation, and people would give him like little tokens and stuff to put on his vest here that he wears. Um, Now I bring this up because one of my professors in grad school worked at the Postal Museum at one point and had to help try and conserve him, and she hated this dog. She hates this dog so much because he was such a pain to like stabilize and like make like presentable for the like exhibit and everything. It was just so funny hearing her like get angry at this taxidermy dog that's been like dead for 100 years. But overall, like I would say some of the exhibits in the Postal Museum are kind of old. They haven't been updated much probably in the past like 20 years, I would say. There is definitely some wear. Um so I personally I don't know if I would put it in only if bored. Yeah, I think I would. I think I would put it in only if bored, honestly. It's a good museum. Like it's not bad, but it's like not it's like just niche enough of a subject matter. It's not that big, and there are way more things to do in better things to do in DC. Um oh, wait, hold on. Okay. Before we talk about this next one here, there's actually another museum that I want to talk about. This is the Spy Museum that's also in Washington DC. But before we talk about that, we have to talk about a different museum, and that is this one right here, the Newseum. Now, the Newseum is a museum that was dedicated to the history of the press and like newspapers and reporting and stuff like that in the United States. Amazing museum. Honestly, right off the bat, I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. Boom. It's get a membership category. It was so good. It was so good. But and part of that is because it was in a brand new building. It was in a brand new building, state of the art, had tons of interactive elements. The galleries were dedicated. There was like my favorite gallery was this one gallery, newspaper gallery, where it was this huge room with this long like table in like the center of it, or cabinet. Sorry, it was more of like a cabinet in like the center of it that stretched along the whole room like a grand hall table. And in this cabinet, there were a bunch of like at least 100 drawers probably in it, and each drawer had a newspaper in it from that was depicting a famous event in US history. Um there was like and it goes all the way back to like the 1600s, like some of the earliest newspapers that we have. Um and it was just so cool how you could like go down this cabinet and just go in chronological order of all these famous events in US history. They had they had a whole area dedicated to other famous world events and how they're covered in the press. Like they had a huge section and one of the watchtowers from the Berlin Wall. They had a whole area dedicated to 9/11 and how that was covered in the press. Um and then uh the craziest gallery that they had was downstairs, and they had it was dedicated to domestic terrorism in the United States, or terrorism in general in the United States. Um, and they had like a history of going through all of these famous events that had happened involving like terrorism and domestic terrorism. And one of the things that they had on display that was crazy to just see was they had the car from like when was that? Like 20 that was like 15 years ago, something like that. There was somebody parked a car in Times Square where that was a car bomb, but it didn't go off. Um, they had that car on display in this gallery. They also had the Unabomber cabin, which was crazy to see. The Unabomber's cabin is on display. And the what else was it? They had they had this timeline, this wall. They had this timeline that went through all of these, like, in chronological order of like all these like events that had happened, terrorist events that had happened in US history. And when it got close to the present day, there was also like a little bit of like some time and like a gap. And before we went and visited this museum, there was like something that had happened like a month before, like some sort of event that had happened. I don't remember exactly what it was. And because it's a museum dedicated to the news and press, they had updated this wall to have that event on that timeline, which was just crazy, like to show like how often they are up to date and updating things they are with this museum. I've never seen anything like that in any other museum. Just amazing, amazing stuff. Now, you might have been noticing that I have been saying was during a lot of this. And that's because if you wanted to go see the museum yourself, I'm sorry, you can't. It doesn't exist anymore. It has closed. It no longer exists. It was one of the saddest things I ever in terms of like museum news, it was like one of the saddest things I ever heard. Now, you might be wondering what happened. Why did it close? So what happened was that before they moved into this brand new big museum, like state of the art brand new museum, the museum was originally in a smaller location. A smaller location that, that was, not as big and expansive or as high tech, but they existed. They had to take out then a bunch of loans to build this brand new museum that they wanted to expand in. They then took out all those loans, they built the new museum, and they just had horrible money management problems. They could not make that money back that they poured into this brand new building that they built. On top of that, this museum is in Washington, D.C., or was in Washington, D.C. As we've mentioned earlier, all of these museums here, wait, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, these seven museums right here are all right around the museum, and they are all free. The museum, however, cost like 25 to 30 bucks a ticket. So they had huge competition. And when people see that, oh, this museum costs money, but all these other ones are free, they're obviously going to go to the ones that are free. So they had a huge competition problem with that. Um, now, uh, and because of all that, they just couldn't keep up and it closed, unfortunately. Very sadly, it just couldn't keep up. The building, I think, is now part of a university, I think. Like a university bought it and used it as like one of their like buildings now. Just really sad stuff. And I don't know what happened to the stuff that was inside. I don't know where the Unabomber's cabin is now. Who knows? Who knows where it is? But there's a reason why I wanted to bring up the museum first before talking about the Spy Museum. Because the Spy Museum, the Spy Museum is also in Washington, D.C. It is a museum dedicated to being, to like spy the nature of being a spy and everything like that, and like spy work in the United States and across the world. Now, the Spy Museum at one point was in a smaller location, a smaller facility where, they uh had like, a bunch of really cool stuff on display. But something that the Spy Museum does that is really cool is when you go through, you're given like each person who's going through is given an assignment. They are given like a task that they have to do because they are a spy. And throughout the museum, uh there are little like, areas where you can like, pretend um or where like they have like video screens where you can like, do your tasks and you have to memorize certain things because, that's part of being a spy is you have to remember stuff and like know your who your target is or what you're supposed to do and what type of information you're getting. It was very interactive and very cool. They had this at the smaller location. But then a couple years ago, the Spy Museum got a bunch of money. I don't know how they got this money, so I can't say. And then they decided to use that money to build a brand new, huge, state of the art building in Washington, D.C., where they are now located today. And because of that, they have to charge tickets, which actually, hold on. Let's actually see how much is a ticket to the Spy Museum in Washington, D.C. All right, we're in pictures. Yes, this is the new building, by the way. This is the huge building that they built. Brand new building they built for this museum. Huge. I think it's bigger than the museum, honestly, or about the same size. Um, so how much are tickets? Okay. The cheapest tickets for just an average adult is $36. $36 per adult. And $25 for kids. Actually, no, wait, no, sorry. It's not even just adults. It's 13 and up. So if you're there with like your teenage, it's like if it's four teenage or like a family of like four, two adults, two teenagers, that's like how many? Hold on, wait, how much is that? I need to do some math real quick. 36 times 4. I can't do it in my head right now. $144. It costs $144 to go to this museum, which is that's insane. That is absolutely insane for what you're getting. Um and I will admit I've been through this new facility. I went through the old facility and I went through the new facility. The new facility is nice, it's brand new. It is cool, but I went through it. I'm the type of person who can spend all day in a museum, and I went through it not like super fast, but like decently quickly. Decently quickly. Um, but again, the reason why I bring up the Spy Museum after talking about the museum is because the Spy Museum was a small museum that got a bunch of money, built a brand new, huge, state of the art museum, and has to sell tickets at a high price in a city with a huge, with huge competition when it comes to free museums in it, and as a result is possibly, not able to get that money back. If that sounds familiar, it's because the Spy Museum basically did exactly what the museum did. It's history repeating itself, basically. They learned nothing. So, the Spy Museum has not reported, as far as I know, any official, like, this is just my theory, honestly. This is just my personal theory. They have not officially reported on any or at least I haven't seen anything about them like, oh my god, they're being bled dry. Um, but I would not be surprised. I would bet on it, honestly. I would bet, you know, I'd bet like 5 subs that in the next few years, or okay, I'll say within 10 years, the Museum closes like the museum. And honestly, for what you get for that price, I can't justify it. I'm putting Spy Museum in only if board. Hello, Wonju. Welcome on in. Glad to see you. I'm glad you're here too. Thank you so much for being here. All right. Next, we're going to the National Gallery. Now, this is specifically the National Gallery in London. This is our first international museum. This is the National Gallery in London, England. And I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. I would probably put it in. I'm between only if bored and visit at least once, personally. Because every time I've gone to the National Gallery, I've been there like 2, 3 times at this point. It's like you go in, you see the Van Goghs, maybe the Monets, and then you leave. Like that's all that I like do because like all the other art, because yes, they do have the famous works of like like Van Gogh and stuff like that. But honestly, there are plenty. Like it doesn't have. Maybe it's just because I'm like burned out with art museums of like I've been to so many that like a lot of the art like starts to look the same to me. That it doesn't feel like they have a ton of unique stuff except for the Van Goghs and maybe some Monets. I think I'll put it. I don't think it's only a board. I think I'll put it in visit at least once. Honestly, yeah. I think I'll put it in visit at least once. Visit at least once, and then you can decide whether or not you want to go back. See the big things, see the famous things that they have there, and then leave. All right. So next, we got the V&A, the Victoria and Albert Museum also in London. We got a couple European ones in a row here. Now, I went to the V&A for the first time in September when I was in London. And I didn't have that high of hopes for it personally, but I was actually very impressed. It has some pretty cool stuff. It has a cool wide variety of things, which is really nice. It's also, I believe it's free, which is great too. The only thing you have to pay for is if you want to see the special exhibits, um, which I think adds great value to it. The fact that it is free. And then on top of that, it had a very cool section on uh on casts. Now, if you don't know what casts are, hold on. Here we go. So this is their cast gallery, where it is a two huge rooms. I cannot stress enough how huge they are. Look at the people right here. These are the people for scale, like right here. Like, hold on, can I? Yeah, like these are the people, and what it is filled with is these are all copies, cast copies of famous sculptures and works of art from around the world, and they're all life size. They're all life size. So this is Trajan's column in Rome that's been they had to cut it in half because it's too tall to fit the whole thing in here. But you can just see how huge it is. And the reason why they did this back in the day is as a way for like artists to come and see famous works of art that, they couldn't if they couldn't travel to all these, you know, other museums or other sites around the world. and see these works of art, they brought copies of them to London so that you could look at them. This really impressed me. When I first saw that it said like cast room like on the map, I was like, okay, it's just going to be a bunch of copies of stuff, whatever. It's not going to be it doesn't sound that interesting. And then I walked in and I was like, "Oh my god. This is awesome. This is so cool." So that combined with the huge variety that it offers, there's also tons of like all different kinds of artwork. It goes through history, the history of English art in the UK. It goes through like they have sections based on like type, like they have a whole section dedicated to like wrought iron and like metalwork. They have a section dedicated to like costumes and like theater costumes and like movie costumes and stuff like that. Really cool stuff. Um, just a huge variety of stuff. So that's why I am putting Victoria and Albert in return for special exhibits. Now, before we move on, there's another part of Victoria and Albert Museum I have to talk about that I'm treating as a separate museum because it technically is. It's under the same umbrella, kind of like all the Smithsonians are technically under the same umbrella, but it's a different museum. Onion, if you're still here, if you're still listening, I think this is what you were talking about when you said like, "Oh, you know, it's going to be one of them's going to be on here." I think this is it. And they don't have a logo that I could find. Instead, I have a picture of what the inside looks like. This is the Victoria and Albert East Storehouse, and immediately, boom, gets a membership. And incredible. One of the best museum experiences I've had in a long time. So what it is that it is the storage facility, the collection storage facility for the Victoria and Albert Museum that is they've built it in a way that it have made it completely accessible to the public. So hold on. So if we go so we can get better view of like the pictures. This is what it looks like. So like you can walk in and you can see all the people here and walk like around. These are all the shelves just filled with stuff, filled with artifacts. You can't go down all of these like walkways and everything. You can go down like a few of them, but you can still like look down all of them. You can see all the how much stuff they have. It is the most accessible museum collection I have ever seen, and they are able to just put some incredible stuff in here on display. Hey, Flora, welcome on in. Good to see you. You're lucky. We are talking about a British museum, not the British Museum, but a museum in Britain. Um, and this is the Victoria and Albert Storehouse. It's part of the Victoria and Albert Museum, um, where it's basically a collection storage facility that they've made open to the public. It is so cool. I've talked about this before. I've ranted about this thing before so much. It's so awesome. Like, and what's also amazing is that the Victoria and Albert Museum allows you actually hold on. Let me see if we can actually look at it. Can we um hold on. Okay, this is about it. First of all, it's free, which is awesome. If we go to collections, uh let's see. Hold on. I just put in chair. I'm just gonna put in chair and see right here. First of all, this is a great searchable database. One of the best databases I've ever worked with. But right here, you can see that it tells you where each object is stored or where it's on display. And right here, it says this is on in storage in the V&A East Storehouse. And you can see here, you have the option to order this object. So what you can do, anybody can do this. That's what makes this so cool. You don't have to be a researcher. You don't have to be a scholar. You can just anybody, I can just go ahead and say, I want to see this ply chair myself in person. I'm going to click order this object and see, we can go ahead and go here. And we have the option, like an Amazon order, basically, to make an appointment to see up to 5 objects in this storage facility. And you can make an appointment. You have to do it like a few weeks in advance. And when you go there, they will have all this stuff available for you to look at yourself. Yes, it does. It makes me so happy too. It's so good. It is so, so good. Like, it is. like incredible. Like, and you can see like all kinds of stuff. Also, something else that they have here that you can uh that you can see. Hold on. That is at the East Storehouse that I saw when I was there. It wasn't open yet, uh, but they have the David Bowie collection. David Bowie's estate donated his personal collection to the Victoria and Albert Museum, and you can go and order objects from his personal collection and see them in person. Like art pieces of him, some of his like, t-shirts and stuff like that. There's 2,000 objects here from just the David Bowie collection on display. Like it's it's incredible. Like, yeah. Yeah, see you can order his shirt. You can be like, "Oh, hey, you know what? I wanna see this shirt." Boom. And look at that. Now we go back here again. Look at that. I can now see this chair and David Bowie's shirt when I go in. And the set appointment process is so easy. It's like anybody like it's very user friendly because like, I personally with my experience, I have experience doing research and using museum databases. A lot of them unfortunately aren't super user friendly for the average person. They're very built with the idea that you know how to use them or you know how to do research. But this is so easy. It's like an Amazon order. Like it's so good. It's so it's just chef's kiss. That's why it's an S tier. That is why it's an S tier. All right. Um so next, again, we have to speed up a little bit because we are it's late and we do have a lot more museums to talk about here. I am going to skip because I saw Flora was here and I figured with Flora being here with a British person, we got to talk about the British Museum. The British Museum. Where is it going to go? Where is it going to go? Now, like I said, I I'm not judging this museum. I'm not judging these museums via ethics or like, they're just, hey, Flora, speaking of which, thank you for the 7 stream streak. Thank you so much for being here. Great to have you here. Um they so I'm not going to judge them. I'm purely judging them on their exhibit quality and the stuff that they have on display and how big the facility is. Um, and personally, let's see. I think I think I'm putting it here and visit at least once. I put it above these other ones, but I'm putting it in the middle. I'm putting it in the middle. And here's my reasoning. It is a good museum. It's a great museum. But every time I've been there 3 times now, and every time I go there, I keep leaving quicker than I thought I would. I keep spending less time there, like, than I think I would. So in terms of size, compared to some of these other museums, it's not as big and can't spend as much time there. I and it does have some famous things. It has, the most famously things like the Rosetta Stone, the Elgin marbles, um, and uh, and it does have one of my favorite, and it does have okay. The British Museum does have my favorite historical object of all time. Hold on, the Lycurgus cup. this famous cup that glows red when you shine light through it from ancient Roman times. Like my favorite historical object, like ancient artifact of all time. So it does have that. Don't ask questions on how they got some of this stuff, but that's most museums, honestly. That's that's the thing though. That's why I'm not judging these museums based on their, ethics, because if we were, a lot of them would be near the bottom. uh but um but like I said, I don't spend a ton I keep spending I don't spend as much time there as I think I'm going to. And while they do have a lot of like, stuff, it's a lot of big stuff. Like big statues, big things that are, I take up a lot of space, especially in like the Egypt sections, and it makes it feel like they have more than they actually do. Also, a lot of the displays a lot of the displays have not been updated in a long time. A lot of displays a lot of those displays have not been updated, you can tell, in decades, and they are looking kind of sad. And they need some help. So what you're saying is all those big items, they're trying to compensate for something. You know what? Yes, I will say that. They are. And they're compensating also by having like no actual British things in the British Museum. They had to take other people's stuff as well. But again, not judging them on that in this case, but I will make fun of them for it. Because everybody does. Everybody in the museum field makes fun of the British Museum. Um, but so again, and that's why I put it in specifically visit at least once, because I'm not going to say like don't go. It's not worth it. It's definitely worth seeing. It's very it's very cool, and they have some really incredible stuff there. Um, let's see. Oh, we got a question for Lewis. Hold on. All right, let me get Lewis up here. Get him ready. All right, let's ask him. Lewis, do you love the British Museum?
They should be in jail.
My God, yeah. Oh my God, that is yes. Oh, Lewis, yes. Oh, you know what? That 10 out of 10 response. That is like one of my favorite things you've ever said, Lewis. Oh my God, I'm lightheaded. Oh, oh my God. That has to be a clip. That has to be a clip. Oh my God. Oh, you are not wrong, Lewis. You that is not you are not wrong at all. Oh my God. Oh, that's the funniest thing you've ever said, Lewis. That's funnier than anything I've ever said on these streams. God. Oh, that's so good. I should just end stream now. We're not gonna that's a button right there. We're not gonna top that. How in the world are we gonna top that? Oh, might to amend the timing on the clip slightly, but oh my God, yeah. Clip it and make it a YouTube short. I might, yeah. That I actually might make that a YouTube short. That is oh, that hey, he knows. You know what? That's even crazier, Flora, because you said I know you were talking about something else, but in the thing, you do. Like but I mean he oh God, that was so good. Wow. That's oh how dare you be funnier than me on my own stream. I know, and he's just a peanut guy is just the whole stream. He should just take over the stream. Oh my God. Oh. I just got a great idea. Oh my god. Next April Fool's stream, Lewis stream. I'm not here, just Lewis. And like every like 10 minutes I just like press the button and he says something. I'm gonna okay, I gotta remember that. I gotta make a mental note of that. That's what we're gonna do for April Fools next year. Oh my god. Oh wow. All right, what was I saying about the? I mean, I can't say anything more about. I can't top that. Move on. Next museum. I can't tell. I can't talk. I can't say anything after that. Yes, yes. Your work here is done. Thank you, Flora. Thank you for that. Yes, brain obliterated. Oh God. Okay. Ugh. Again, we gotta start moving a little faster here. Um. All right. Whew, okay. Next museum. We're going. We're still overseas. We're gonna go. We're gonna go to Oslo, to Norway this time, with the Museum of the Viking Age or the Viking Ship Museum in Oslo. This is the museum that, famously has like the three like most well-preserved Viking ships um in in the world. Um you've probably seen pictures of it. Hold on, actually wait, let me pull it up real quick. Uh Hold on. Uh uh, it's this museum. It's this museum right here that has these like, ships and everything. Um and while it is cool to see the Viking ships, personally, it's not that big. It's really only just the ships. There wasn't a ton of other stuff there. And while the Viking ships are cool, you can spend like, like less than an hour there, honestly. For the average, I can spend more than an hour there personally, but like the average, then think of like the average guest, probably an hour. So I think I'll put it here. I'll put it in visit at least once. I'll put it. Actually, no, hold on. I'm gonna move National Gallery here, and I'll put this. Actually, you know what? Uh, mm, actually, yeah. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna put it. I'll put it here. Now, something that is really cool that they're doing at the Viking Ship Museum is that they are actually. I think this is the website. They are actually building a brand new extension museum to it that's going to open next year. So there is a possibility that it could go up because they're expanding it, they're adding more stuff, and it'll be, more fleshed out, which is great to see. Um, so yeah, see, so this is the original building right here, and then that round part you saw there is the extension that they're building for it. Um, so yeah, so I'm pretty happy putting it, I think, here in the middle. Um, I'd maybe put that there. And I would put this there. I realize now that I need to put these like more in like order. Uh, yeah. Okay. There we go. All right. So next, we're still staying overseas. A lot of overseas ones in a row. This is the Warsaw Uprising Museum. This is in Warsaw. It's a museum that is dedicated to the people, the military effort by Warsaw citizens to revolt against Nazi occupying forces during World War II, where they tried to they like basically set up like coup is a wrong word, but just like a resistance movement to try and at least fight um They're the Nazi occupying forces. Um, cool museum, very well done. Um, very good. It was when I was there in 2019, I could tell some of the exhibits hadn't been changed since like probably the 90s. So there were some that were kind of showing their age, but the subject matter is very well presented. Something that I knew nothing about before going. Very well done. Um, I would put it I'd probably put it here and visit at least once. Because again, visit at least once is still good. That is still a good uh that is still a great uh these are still good museums that you should visit. It's once you get down here is when it's kind of like nah. All right. Next is also overseas, but a different part of Scandinavia. The true peak of Swedish culture, the ABBA Museum. The ABBA Museum in Stockholm. Um kind of it was I was surprised because I was going in thinking it was gonna be like a kind of like what's it called? Like one of those like kind of like fake Instagram museums where it's like uh where it's like the Museum of Ice Cream, where it's not actually a museum and it's literally just a bunch of Instagram like sets where you can like take pictures at. Um, but it wasn't that. It was actually a proper museum that goes through the history of the band or the group ABBA, which I again didn't know really anything about. I knew I was familiar with some of their music, but I didn't know anything about the members personally. Um, it's pretty good. I would put it in at least visit at least once. They had some really cool sections where they recreated some of the sound studios. And they had and something else that they had were creepy uncanny valley holograms of the artists that were like dancing on a stage that you could dance with. Um where they made like CGI like replicas of, the band members. Um so I'd put it I think I'd put it here. Yeah. It's not as intense as like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame or as because it's a very niche like small topic. Um but yeah, overall I think very well done. All right. Speaking of Swedish culture, literally, these two museums are next to each other, which is crazy. These two museums are next to each other. Next to the ABBA Museum, we have the Vasa Museum. If you don't know what the the Vasa is a ship, a Swedish ship from like the 1700s that was this huge, giant ship, like one of the biggest they've ever built, and they sent it off on its maiden voyage. But the problem is that when they built it, they didn't build it properly, and literally it got hit by a small wind in the harbor and fell over and sank, and sank almost immediately on like literally like a few hundred yards from shore. And there it sat at the bottom of the ocean for centuries until I think the 1960s. It was rediscovered, and because of how the bottom of the ocean, like how like the atmosphere was and everything, or not atmosphere, how it was just, uh like how it preserved it. It made it so that it stayed intact. So hold on, I'm gonna see where pictures. Here we go. Here it is. So this is what it looks like today. Oh, whoops, nope, didn't mean to click on that. I'm falling asleep, but hi, hey, I mean, oh God, yeah, it is late for you. Jeez, you are staying up late. Yes, this ship, yeah. Yes, this ship is so cool. So all of this wood is original. There's a few places like here you can see where it's like it has been restored, but all of this wood is original, and especially the carvings on the back. Hold on, you can see. Oh yeah, here you go. You can kind of see it here in this picture. Uh, Here we go. Just look how beautiful these carvings are that have all been preserved underwater and everything. And back then, this was all painted, and it's huge. This ship is huge. What are you doing? It's 2 a.m. You were working. Oh, Flora, no. Don't tell me you were working that late. Come on now. We need we need a healthy work-life balance, Flora. Come on now. I know what you do is very important and everything, but but sometimes, you do have to take care of yourself as well. But yeah, so with this ship, something that they also do, which is really cool, is that they'll project on this back part here, like a light of what of an overlay of a projection overlay of what the paint would have looked like, and it's so cool. It is so like it shows just how beautiful and how colorful this thing was, like and how well preserved it is. It's just fantastic. Really well done. Um so I am going to put the Vasa Museum in return for special exhibits. I don't know if they really do special exhibits, but I would definitely, if I was in Stockholm again, I would go back because it was so cool. What happened to the work-life balance? Exactly, Toki. That's what I'm saying. Uh, all right. Next, okay. Next we have the California Academy of Sciences. Now, this is a museum in San Francisco that I will admit I'm a little biased because I went to it a couple times growing up. And hold on, let me pull it up here. Let's see, hold on. California Academy of Sciences. Here we go. So this is what the building looks like. It's a science museum in San Francisco, and it's this was built, I think, it opened, I think, in the late 2000s, like 2008, 2009. I'm sorry, don't tell Rosie. I make no promises, Flora. I make no promises. I mean, Lewis could talk too. Hey, actually, you know what? Let's ask him. Hey, Lewis, do you think Flora should have a better work-life balance?
Bro, that's wild, man.
It is wild. It is wild what she's doing. I'm glad you see it that way. Uh, I love the SS Great Britain, but it doesn't have a patch on these boats shown. Yeah, I mean it. Boats are like, yeah, boats like that are really cool. Just old boats, especially just because there's so few left. But anyway, this science museum uh is really, really cool. And here, this is what the inside looks like. It's a science museum and an aquarium. It's a natural history museum. They have this cool like jungle like biodome that's in the center. So that's like a rainforest that's like in the center of the museum where you can like go up and around and like see like go inside this like rainforest area where they have like bugs and other like animals and birds and stuff like that. They have tons of like, like taxidermy stuff. They have like fossils and bones. They have a planetarium. They have, like I said, they have an aquarium set. The whole basement, yeah, is like an aquarium uh down here. Uh, just really it's like a next level, um, uh like science natural history museum. And they have something that I think is really cool is they have a room because it's in San Francisco. They have a room that simulates earthquakes that you can stand in. It simulates the 1989 and 1906 San Francisco earthquake so you can get an idea of what those felt like. And I think that's really really cool how you can like really get an understanding of like what the shaking felt like. And I think, you know, that stuff is really cool. However, there is one thing I have to bring up with California Academy of Sciences. As much as I do love it, there is one thing that I can't really justify, and that is the price. Because the price during peak hours is $59, almost 60 bucks. At the cheapest point, it's 50 bucks. That's the cheapest adult ticket you can get is 50 bucks. I love museums. I love this museum. I grew up going to this museum. I love it so much, but it has just gotten out of control with its pricing. Just absolutely out of control with its pricing. Even by San Francisco standards. San Francisco is not a cheap city at all. I've never seen like this is the most expensive museum ticket I've seen by a long shot. Like the most expensive I've seen before this is maybe 40 bucks. It's just I can't as cool as this stuff is, I can't justify that price. So it does get knocked down. It would have been get a membership, or no, sorry, it would have been return for special exhibits, but I you can't afford to. So it goes and visit at least once. It goes and visit at least once. All right. All right. Next, we have the uh Museum of the American Revolution. This is a museum in Philadelphia, um, that talks about the goes through the history of the American Revolution or the American War of Independence or what do they call it in the UK? Like the war, like the like the something rebellion, I think. I know they call it something different in the UK, um but let's see. So honestly, I'd also put it in visit at least once. Um 'Cause it is a really well done it's very modern, it's, like, built within the last, like, 10 years, very new state-of-the-art exhibits, and you can see, George Washington's, tent, or his army tent that he slept in, that they have preserved there. So, yeah. It's just overall just like it's a good middle of the road, like, just good museum. It's a topic that I personally love. It's very well done. Uh, I'd probably put it here. Yeah. Alright. Now this next one here, this is the American Museum of Natural History. This is the Natural History Museum, and there's a lot of natural history museums that are just like such and such natural history museum. Um, this one is specifically the one in New York City. This is the New York City Natural History Museum. Uh, and I am personally, out of all the natural history museums I think that are on this list, from what I saw the last time I was there a few years ago, it's not in only if bored, it's not that bad, but it's I would put it, like, near the back of visit at least once. Um, because okay, first of all, and it's not because I'm bitter. Because when I went there for the first time when I was 13, it didn't look like how it looks in Night at the Museum. Because that's the museum that Night at the Museum happens in. And it doesn't look anything like it does in the movie in real life. But no, um, when I went there a few years ago, I was shocked at the state of some of their exhibits. Now, a lot of the sciencey exhibits, like related to like fossils and geology and space and stuff like that, those were decently modern. They were decently, like pretty up to date and like had been updated recently. But all of their exhibits, which is about half the museum, dedicated to like cultural stuff and anthropology. So like halls dedicated to uh like Asian cultures and halls dedicated to Native Americans and stuff like that. Some of those exhibits hadn't been changed since the 60s. Yes, Aeon. Yes, they look and feel pretty abandoned. Exactly. It's like they're not even thinking about them. But I did hear that in literally like a few weeks after I went there last time, they did close one of the Native American exhibits to reinterpret it and redo it, which is good. But man, I was like almost appalled. And as you can imagine, having an Africa exhibit from the 1960s is not going to present things in the best light, if you can imagine. So because of that, it's near the bottom. Like it needs a lot of, it doesn't need a French coat of paint. It needs like go down to the studs in places and just get like revamped in some areas. But hey, if you like dinosaurs, you can go see it for the dinosaurs. All right. Let's see here. What are we doing next? All right, so next one is Buffalo Bills Center for the West. So this is a museum in Cody, Wyoming, of all places, that is basically it's a bunch of museums like in one. It's one of those where it's like different wings of this building are technically different museums. There's actually wait, hold on. Let me pull it up real quick. Buffalo Bills Center of the West. Uh yeah, here we go. Five museums, one Wild West. Yeah, so that's what it is. So there's the Buffalo Bill Museum that's about Buffalo Bill, the famous cowboy showman. Plains Indian Museum, the Cody Firearms Museum, the Whitney Western Art Museum, uh, the Draper Natural History Museum, and their research library. And I will admit, I was surprised when I went there because I thought like, okay, we're in the middle of Cody, Wyoming. It's not going to be that highest quality. It's in a very rural area. I was surprised. It's actually really good. It's actually really, really good. And the fact that it has this much variety, like you can definitely spend all day there probably. Um, so I would personally put it visit at least once. I'd probably put it there. Yeah, I think I'd put it there. Right in the middle. It's just a good quality museum. Um, all right. Uh, let's see. Let's go ahead. Uh, this next one here, it's a little hard to read, but this is the Auckland War Memorial Museum. This is in Auckland, New Zealand. Um, This museum is this museum is basically New Zealand's equivalent of the Buffalo Bill Center of the West, in that it's a bunch of different things under one museum roof. It's the natural history of and like history of New Zealand and Oceania. It also has a lot of like the top floors are also dedicated specifically to New Zealand's military history and war, and also it's a war memorial as well to New Zealanders who have died in battle. Very good, very well done. I would personally also, because I said it's very much like Buffalo Bill Center for the West, I'm just going to put it right there next to it as well. Again, solid museum. Something else that they had there that I thought was really cool was they had demonstrations there from the Maori people, the indigenous people of New Zealand. They had demonstrations on like some of their like culture and stuff like that, where you could like see them, do like their cultural like dances and hakas and stuff like that, which I've always loved. I That was one of my favorite things about visiting New Zealand. I've said this before, but learning about the Maori people and everything was uh by far my favorite thing by far. Like it was so cool. Like, and it was also so cool just to see how much of it has been preserved and is currently trying to be like infused with like, modern New Zealand compared to a lot of, especially when compared to a lot of other indigenous groups in like the US, Canada, and Australia. Just really cool, really well done. Next, we have this right here. I couldn't find a good picture of it. This is or a good logo for it. So this is just a picture of it. This is the De Young Museum in San Francisco. It's actually across the street from the California Academy of Sciences. It's an art museum that's some modern art, but it's some like it's mostly American art. Um, some of the oldest stuff I think goes back to like the early like 1700s. There's not a lot of like European stuff, but I personally am going to put it up here in return for special exhibits. I'd probably I'd put it here. Um, because one, I have returned there for special exhibits. In fact, when I was home at Christmas time, they had a special exhibit on manga art. The biggest, like probably most famous, like extensive exhibit on manga art that I've ever seen in the West, Really cool exhibit, really well done. Um and they've had tons of other one of the I remember the first time I went there when I was a kid was when they had King Tut. They had the King Tut exhibit there. And we went and saw that. They also have a really cool like this like tower here, which is a like watchtower or like that you can go up in and get great views over San Francisco. Um just overall really good, really well done. And it has some nostalgia. All right. So, um next we have the Churchill War Rooms in London. The Churchill War Rooms are really cool, and I'm counting it as a museum because there is inside the Churchill War Rooms, there is a museum dedicated to Winston Churchill. Now, Winston Churchill, what I liked about his museum is that it definitely was a bit more. There were times where like it did at least feel that they were trying to be objective and not like, just praising him entirely. They were pointing out some of his like changes and some of his flaws and stuff like that, which I thought was great. The war rooms themselves are really cool and really well preserved. Um, so I'm gonna go ahead and put this. I'll put it. I'll put it here. Yeah, I'll put it here. Actually, you know what? No, I'm gonna put it here because I visited it twice now, and honestly, I don't need to go do it again. There's nothing there where I'm like, okay, I have to go back. Really. Um. All right. Next. Okay, this next one here. This is the Franklin Delano Roosevelt Presidential Library. Now, presidential libraries are interesting because they are museums and they are dedicated to the lives and the works of a particular each individual like president. But here's the thing with presidential libraries. The and I remember this quote. This is a quote from a presidential historian. I forget his name, but he said when talking about presidential libraries that the best time to go to a presidential library is about 15 to 20 years after it opened. Because when a lot of these libraries and like museums are first built, they're basically shrines for that president. They're not really that objective. They really don't look at things objectively. Um, it's more, it's more like I said, like a shrine just like to of praise for that president. And so what makes the FDR one I think better in that case is because it has been so long since FDR was president, they do a very good job of being objective. There's one part in particular in this museum where they go through all of the like programs that he started um during the Great Depression, to try and like help and alleviate what was going on during the Great Depression. Now, what was great about this was that they would say in the description underneath each like program or like thing that they tried, they would say, okay, this worked. This didn't work. This actually made things worse. This helped a little bit, but it wasn't, super positive, or it didn't help as much as they thought it would. Like it was a very good objective look. So because of that, it definitely gets higher. So I would probably put it, would I put it in special exhibits? It's like right on the cusp. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna put it there. I'm gonna put it there and visit at least once. All right. So there we go. And because we're talking about presidential libraries, I'm gonna skip ahead real quick and talk about another presidential library. Okay, it's not the only other presidential library I've been to. I have technically been to the Nixon Presidential Library, but I was like 9 years old, and I don't remember it well enough to like really make an opinion on it. So I have to go back before I can really say anything about that. So, uh, next thing we're going to be talking about is the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. Now, I know a lot of people, including myself, have some opinions on Ronald Reagan. I'm going to try and judge this specifically from a museum standpoint. And the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library, unfortunately, suffers from the thing that I was just talking about, in that it feels a lot more like a shrine dedicated to praise him and not really that objective. And that's because Ronald's wife, Nancy, was alive until about like 10 years ago. And because of that, she kind of had, still had influence over what was said. And I know this because when I went through this I didn't know a super ton about the personal life of Ronald Reagan before going to this museum. And I went through this whole museum, and I did not know that before he married Nancy Reagan, he had a first wife. And you wouldn't know that when you go into this museum because that first wife is not mentioned at all. Just completely erased from the historic record. And you can imagine that Nancy probably had some say in that. So, because I cannot support clearly leaving out things like that and changing the historical narrative to fit your purpose, I'm putting it in only if bored. Give it like 20, 30 more years and maybe it'll move up. But for now, I'd put it down here. All right. Now, next museum here, we are going to talk about something that I kind of put in here as a joke, but Ripley's Believe It or Not. Because technically that is a museum. They are museums. If you don't know, Ripley's Believe It or Not museums are basically kind of cheesy, tacky, touristy places where it's like if you know what Ripley's Believe It or Not in, it's like a museum where they have like stuff that they talk about in their like Believe It or Not books or their TV show like on display, like taxidermied two-headed goats or like, like the world like as a recreation of the world's tallest man, stuff like that. Um Very cheesy, very tacky. A lot of them like haven't been updated in forever. So it's going and skip it. I put it mostly in here as a joke, but and hey, I loved it as a kid. When I was a kid, when we would go to San Francisco and we would go to Fisherman's Wharf, I would absolutely like I went there at least like 2 or 3 times as a kid, because I thought it was so cool. Now though, I cringe every time I see one. So they're going down there. All right. So next we have on here, we have Colonial Williamsburg. If you don't know, Colonial Williamsburg is basically uh, a living history museum where um, it's a recreation, or not even recreation. Okay, some of the buildings are original. A lot of the buildings are rebuilt. Um, it's a recreation of a 1700s town. What was at the time the capital of Virginia. Um, that is meant to recreate life in America in the late 1700s, around the time of the American Revolution, or just after the American Revolution, or well, no, around the same time. Um, it's a whole street. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up here. Colonial Williamsburg. It's like it's like a street, or actually, wait, here we go. Hold on. This is a kind of a good of one of the streets. This is like one of the streets that you look down and you can see they have a bunch of buildings. Some of them are original. Some of them are recreations or rebuilt. Like this building right here at the end, that's the rebuilt State House. Um, and they have, like people in costume walking around and stuff like that. Um, you know, uh, like stuff like this. They have like people, like uh, let's see, are there any pictures of, like, they have like the blacksmith doing stuff and like, stuff like that. So Colonial Williamsburg, I I have mixed feelings on because I I love American history. It's my favorite, like I said, it's my favorite thing to study, like my favorite historical time period. Um, but the way that they present it at Colonial Williamsburg at time because of how the people are in costume like this, it's not the fact that they're in costume. It's how some of them are in like character and how they talk to you that it makes it feel less, and how they have like performances like on the street at various times of like like recreating, like talking about the American Revolution, or like oh, we're gonna do it, we're gonna fight the British and stuff like that, like should we go for independence, or should we stay with Britain, like they recreate these debates in these character with these characters and everything. And basically, um at because of that, at times it feels more like a Ren fair than a museum, is kind of how I look at it. It feels more like a Ren fair than like an actual historical like recreation and museum. Also, again, they do lose points because a lot of the museums or a lot of the buildings are reconstructions and not original. Um, Also, I mean, there's also this whole thing about how Colonial Williamsburg is like millions of dollars in debt because they spent so much money, instead of like, on like historical programs and like education programs, they spent it on building golf courses and convention centers and stuff like that. And now it's kind of bit them in the butt because of that. Um, However, they did also build a brand new museum building where they have it's full of like really cool like folk art. Um what's it called? I forget what it's is it the art museum? Yeah, it's this yeah, the DeWitt Decorative Arts Museum. And they have like a room like just filled with like, like there's a room filled with like, toys and stuff like that. And like other just like kind of more like furniture and like decorative stuff. Like things like this, like oh, that's a gift shop, but still. Um uh and they have a really cool room that's like dedicated to like oh yeah, like here, like these like wind chimes and stuff like that and like signs and like wind weather vanes and stuff like that, like cool like kind of like folk art and decorative art, like furniture like this and things like that. I love this kind of stuff. So this is really good. This museum is really well done. And they do also have a whole room dedicated. I don't think it's here. Oh wait, no, yes, this is it right here. They have a whole room dedicated to terrifying children paintings, which I think is hilarious. They have a whole room dedicated to terrifying, creepy, like children paintings from this time period. Um, so that gives it a little bit of points. So it's going to go, I think, and visit at least once. Uh, I'd put it. I think I'd put it there. All right. Um, Now because we just talked about Colonial Williamsburg, there's two other museums that I want to talk about because they're also living history museums and to compare. Um, One of them, where is it? Here we go, right here. Old Sturbridge Village. Now, Old Sturbridge Village is also a living history museum like Colonial Williamsburg. Um, but and the way that it is that it's set in Massachusetts, so it's meant to represent just a New England like smaller village farm life compared to Colonial Williamsburg, which is more like a bigger town, like a bigger kind of city. Um, from the time period. It does have people in costume, in period costume, doing things, in period, like they have women in the houses that are like, cooking like period foods, or some of them are also like, like dyeing. They're like outside dyeing like clothes and wool and stuff like that, and they have farm animals, like actual living farm animals, and fields that like they're and they have farmers like in period costume out in the farms actually doing the work and everything like that. And what I love about Old Sturbridge Village compared to um Colonial Williamsburg is that all of the people in period costume talk to you like it's present day. They aren't a character. They are talking to you as if they know it's 2026, and they're not going to be like, "Oh, when you pull out a phone, they're like, "Oh, what is that? What is a photograph?" or something like that. Like they talk to you like regular people, and I think because of that you learn more. You learn more that way. It's less of a performance. And for me personally, someone like me who is pretty introverted, I I am very much a for me personally, it's easier to talk to the people who are just like talking like regular people than the person in character trying to pretend it's 1775. So that's my personal opinion on that. So that's why also Old Sturbridge Village, while the village itself is a conglomerate of a bunch of old buildings that were moved to the site, almost all of them are actual old buildings. They are actual like old buildings. They're not reconstructed. There's like a few reconstructions here and there for some of the workshop buildings, like I think the blacksmith and stuff like that. But almost all of the houses and church and stuff like that um, are really awesome, really well done. Also, just the setting is very pretty because it's a rural setting compared to Colonial Williamsburg, which is like I said, more city. This is what it like from an aerial view. This is what it looks like. And this isn't even all of it. This is just like kind of the center area around the main green. Um, like during the fall. Oh yeah, like this picture. Like during the fall, Look at this. It's so pretty. It's so, so pretty. Um, but yeah, just overall very um just very well done. Very, very cool. I'd visit this type of thing, but in Europe. Well, it's funny you say that, Toki, because we do have a few European living history museums on this list that we'll get to in a bit. Um, so yeah, so that's why for me, Old Sturbridge Village is um is S tier. Get a membership. Absolutely. I would go if I lived in Massachusetts, I would go all the time. I would absolutely go all the time. Also, they had a really cool thing, which unfortunately I missed it, but at Halloween time, they had a awesome way performance at Halloween time, where it would be nighttime. You would come to the museum, to the grounds, and they would do a performance of Sleepy Hollow, the short story Sleepy Hollow, with like the headless horseman and everything. And what they would do is you would instead of just like sitting down and watching a stage, you would be standing and you would walk to different locations in the museum and like the next scene would take place like in a different like area and like they would perform it there in front of you with using the setting as like the back natural setting as like the backdrop and everything. And what was really cool is that for the intermission, they the intermission is the party scene from Sleepy Hollow. And so during the intermission, the actors in the play would hang out with everybody and interact with the guests, um, still in character and everything, as if it's the actual party, from Sleepy Hollow. And they actually had a headless horseman like ride by and everything, like in a really cool like on like one of their old bridges and everything. Just a really cool effect, really cool. And unfortunately, they don't do it anymore. They've like changed it over the years. Like they do something else now for Halloween. But oh man, it was so cool. I wish I could have seen it. Um, like fully. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. One of the things right here, Sleepy Hollow. Yeah, see, look, this is the headless horseman that they had. And you would stand like on the bridge and like he would come right through and everything. Like, oh, it's so cool. And I did hear apparently there was because something that they also do at Old Sturbridge Village is they also do weddings, and apparently they were doing a wedding the same like evening that they were doing one of these performances, and during the wedding ceremony, like while they were like getting like during the ceremony, the headless horseman like rode by, like getting like preparing for the show and everything like that. So imagine you're doing your wedding and then suddenly the headless horseman just shows up. And apparently the people having the wedding were really cool and like actually took photos, like their wedding photos with the headless horseman. And God, it's just so good. So yeah, S tier by far. All right. Speaking of okay, and then there's another living history museum that I want to talk about here, and that's Plymouth Plantation. Plymouth Plantation is okay, how do I put this? It's another living history museum where it's a recreation. It's just a recreation. There's not any actual historical structures there. It is a recreation of the Plymouth colony or the Pilgrims when they first arrive on the Mayflower in Massachusetts, where they've recreated what Plymouth would have looked like during those like early years. Um, and they have people in costume around, but these people, all of them, are fully in character. They are fully in character, all of them, talking about, their experiences, like living in the town and like what's it like being in the new world and what was it like on the journey over and stuff like that. And I just can't get into it personally. It's it's too much for me. Like I want to actually like it I will admit when I went there, there was one like she had to have been like in middle school. She had to have been like 11 or 12 years old, like a 12-year-old girl in period costume doing a British accent, and she was killing it. I'll admit, she was doing a great job. Like, especially for her age and everything, like she was really, really good. Um, but I feel like it was a lot harder to actually like learn stuff in that format. Like in how that information is presented that way. It just I just can't I just can't get into it. So it's going in only if bored. If like there's nothing else you need to do, like it's just not for me personally. Also, but I will admit one thing that they did do that was really cool is that they have a Native American village and they have actual Native Americans from the local tribe there demonstrating, you know, like their history and their culture and stuff like that. So that is cool to see both, not just the Pilgrim side, but also the Native American side as well. That's cool, but overall, just um, it's just I just can't get into it personally. Just not my thing. All right. Hold on, I'm putting Old Sturbridge Village here. All right. So that's those living history museums. Um, let's see. All right, next we're going to talk about another museum. And again, this museum is totally influenced by nostalgia for me. It is totally influenced by nostalgia, and that is the Exploratorium. Now, the Exploratorium is a science museum in San Francisco that I went to a lot growing up. Um, and even as in my adult years too, because they had a special thing where on Thursday or was it Thursday nights? I think it was Thursday nights. They had like adults only night where it was like 21 and up. They served alcohol and you could go around the museum. And the way that this museum works is that it's a museum filled entirely with like interactive exhibits. It's not like a natural history museum or where you're just like looking at fossils or bones or geology or stuff like that. It's actually like a bunch of hold on, wait, let me see. Exploratorium. Uh Here we go. Oh, that's the old one. This kind of gives you a bit of an idea, but it's filled with a bunch of like interactive stuff. Like it's entirely interactive. That's the whole point of it. Um is there a better picture? It's kind of hard to demonstrate, but like you know, like you can kind of see here, these are all these things here are like all these things down here are like little exhibits. I can see here somebody working with something. It's a very hands-on museum. And it's just so cool. They have so much. You can easily spend all day there and not see everything. Like it's like stuff like this, like you know, like things with like, you know, like color and shadows. Like things with like, you know, perspective and stuff like that. You know, like these are just kind of the more visual stuff that like kind of like shows what it's like. Um, but yeah, it's just really cool, really awesome. Highly recommend. Like, and you know what? It shouldn't be a surprise how I've been talking about it. It's going and get a membership. Now, is it because I also at one point did have a membership there? Yes, absolutely. So I've already done it. I've I've beaten them to it. All right. Next is another awesome museum in Germany, actually, in Munich. It's called the Deutsches Museum. This is a science and technology museum. It's a museum that is about like basically like industrial history in a way. It has like, you know, full like what's it called? Like it has a bunch of like steam engines and like, you know, like electricity machines and like all kinds of stuff. Um That museum reminds me of the Science and Industry in Chicago. Ooh, okay, yeah, I don't know. That's different from the Field Museum, right? Um, yeah, because I haven't been to really many museums in Chicago, so okay, yeah. So yeah, it's like a hands it's like a big children's museum. It's like a children's museum, but more specifically science focused in terms of like just how it's all about interactivity and stuff like that. Um, have you been to SF MoMA? Yes, I have, Sherman. And hello, welcome on in. Good to see you. Uh, but it's been so long that I didn't put it on this list. I didn't have it on this list because it's been such a long time, and I'm not a huge fan of modern art. I have the New York MoMA on here because I have more memories of that one, but I don't have enough experience with SF MoMA to really have opinions on it. Please treat yourself. Please treat yourself and come see the museums in Chicago. Oh, I want to. I have been to Chicago, but it was only for like one day. I had like one whole day in Chicago, and it was like I used it to like I did like one of the tour buses, like going around all different places, went and saw the Bean, and went to the top of Sears Tower. Because that's all I had time to do really. I didn't have time to go like to any of the museums, so I do want to go back for sure. Same here, years. Okay, yeah. So yeah, yeah, I haven't been there recent enough to like really have a good opinion on it. I think I only went like once. Well, at least that was something. Yeah, at least I got a little taste. I got a taste of Chicago when I was there. So I do definitely want to go back for sure because I definitely want to go to the Chicago Art Museum. I want to go, yeah, like you said, Science Industry sounds cool. I've heard good things about the Field Museum. Got to go see Sue, all that stuff. But yeah, the next museum though, the Deutsches Museum in Munich. It's this huge science and technology museum that has it's incredible how I think it says it's the largest science and technology museum in the world. You have this one area. This is just one small part of it with all these cars and everything like that. It also has, uh wait, I think that's a different part, but yeah, or no, yeah, it has like these areas that has like all these planes. Um and then it has like all of these steam like old like machines and stuff like that, steam powered machines. It has dioramas of like other machines. It has areas dedicated to like like all these different like computer chips and space travel and stuff like that. It had uh yeah, it has like like sailboats and stuff like that, like all these boats and stuff like that in it. Like it's huge. It is insane how big it is. Yeah, and like a whole like power or a submarine. They have a submarine here that they cut open so you can see the inside of it. I remember that now. Yeah. Um, it is really neat. It is really, really neat. Um, like you can spend days in here. They have like, look, you can see here, this is that's part of a plane. So you can see how like, what a cut through of like a plane looks like. Like that shows how huge this place is. Um, and I have a funny story here when I visited here with my parents. Hold on, do they have something on the mining exhibit? Yes. So they have part of the museum is they have a mining exhibit. And so when we were getting ready to leave the museum, uh it was about the end of the day, we were getting ready to go, like we had been here for hours and we had seen so much. And my dad, like goes I think my dad went to like the bathroom or something like that. And my mom and I were like waiting to like for him to come out and then we were going to leave. But before we left, my mom and I saw like, "Oh, hey, down here there's a entry area it says for the mining exhibit." And we're like, "Okay, we'll we'll go in there. That sounds cool." You know. We'll go ahead and we'll just look at that real quick. So my dad comes out and we're like, "Hey, let's just go look at this real quick." And so we go down because it starts, of course, because it's a mining exhibit, you start going down this staircase and it's underground. So you start going, and this exhibit went through the entire history of mining. And it went on, and we kept walking and walking and walking and walking for what felt like ever. It just kept going. And look how how big this space is. You can see these are life-size mannequins of people, and this is the doorway you walk through to get into this area that's a recreation of a salt mine. Like it just kept going and going and going. It was insane. Like we were just like thinking like, "Oh, we're just going to pop in real quick and look real quick and then turn around and come out." But it's a one-way thing. You're supposed to go like, just kept like, we didn't wanna turn around because we thought, "Okay, maybe this next room it'll be done." Nope. Oh, it's not. We're talking about something else now. It was like it's like, that could be its own museum. Just the mining exhibit could be its own museum. Like, we were joking that, like, okay, when by the time this exhibit ends, you don't actually leave, they just put you in an actual mine and put you to work, and so that's how they get all their employees for this, like, mine that's underneath the museum. It's like a horror movie. God, it was so cool. So, so cool. So that's why Deutsches Museum is also in gets a membership. Definitely gets a membership. My junior college history class, we went to the Chinese Museum in San Francisco. Oh, cool. Yeah. That's one of the museums, unfortunately, I have not been to. I always wanted to go, but I didn't go to Chinatown that much when I was in San Francisco. I went a few times, but not as much as I should have. All right. So next museum here, we have Henry Ford Museum and Greenfield Village. This is an interesting combination of its uh let's see, where I would put it honestly, I'd put it here. I'd put it in return for special exhibits. I would put it in return for special exhibits. Now, the Henry Ford Museum is a museum that was started by Henry Ford, but it's not a museum exclusively about Ford and the company and stuff like that. It's that is a part of it, but they also it's also a museum dedicated to like the history of like science technology, kind of like the Deutsches Museum but smaller, and more American focused. But another part of the Henry Ford Museum is that he also hold on, Henry Ford Museum. So like it's a bunch of miscellaneous like stuff. Like it's all kinds. It's not just cars. They also have like a bunch of like a bunch of like the president's like motorcade. They have the bus that Rosa Parks um was on. Like this is the bus. They have like trains and stuff like that. They have this cool like futurist home that was supposed to be the house of the future. Um, just like all kinds of actually really cool and interesting stuff. They got the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. That's how you know it's a world-class institution right there. Um, but also attached to it is Greenfield Village, which is a historic village that was made by Henry Ford, and involved moving a lot of historical buildings. It's not like Old Sturbridge Village or Colonial Williamsburg, where it's meant to represent one specific time period. It's meant it's a it's just a hodgepodge of random historic buildings that Henry Ford was like, "Hey, I want that. Bring it here to my museum." So he was friends with people like Thomas Edison, the Wright brothers, and stuff like that. So buildings associated with them are at this museum. Like the Wright brothers bicycle shop is at this building, and Thomas Edison's a copy of his laboratory is at this museum as well, because Henry Ford was friends with them. Um, so because it is just a hodgepodge of stuff, it feels very disjointed, and not really like universal or like connecting in any way. So that kind of makes it lose a little bit, but just the amount and the cool stuff that they do have there and how big it is and the fact that it is technically two different places, I think it goes up in return for special exhibits. Did you ever go to the Titan Missile Museum in Arizona? No, I haven't been to that one. That does sound cool though. Um, seeing all those missiles and everything. All right, we're getting kind of close to the end here. Um, all right. Next We have it's a little small and hard to read here, but this is the Museum of Scotland. This is the Museum of Scotland. Um, and this is in Edinburgh. And this, oh, man, is it? I'm debating. Do I put it between Return for Special Exhibits? I'm between Return for Special Exhibits or get a membership because it's a really cool museum. It's one of those museums that is a bunch of different types of museum under one roof. Um, but I don't know if I would put it under get a membership. I think I would put it at the top of Return for Special Exhibits. It's really good, but I just don't think it's up here in this caliber personally. Like, I mean, these are all still great. I mean, this is still really good. It's still a great museum. They do a really great job of not only talking. They have the whole section. You can spend like I spent multiple days going there, um, and it was so well done. They have first of all one of the cool. They do have some flagship things. They have Dolly the sheep, which is really cool. Um, they have Dolly the sheep. Um, and a few other famous things I'm blanking on right now, but that's kind of like their main one of their main things. But just the section that's on Scottish history is like could just be its own museum in itself. It's huge. I spent all day in just that part that goes through the entire history of Scotland. And then they have areas dedicated to technology, to natural history, and the building itself is really cool. Hold on, because it's in like a cool old like Victorian wrought iron like building that looks like this. Like this is what the center area. Oh wait, here's a good photo. I think. Uh, da-da-da-da-da. Yes, yeah. Oh, actually, no. This isn't the main room. This is one of the side rooms. This is the area that's about military history and like aviation. So yeah, so like there are several wings and like that look like this, and it's just really cool. I love the style of the building and how they preserved the old like wrought iron like style of it. Um, yeah, because this is the central hall. This is the central hall right here. Yeah, like with this, it's so cool. I love it. So yeah, so I would put it up here near the top of Return for Special Exhibits. It's just barely because it doesn't have enough flagship stuff, and it didn't give me like an emotional like reaction compared to some of these other museums. Yeah. Did you see the underground city in Seattle before the Great Fire? Yes, I actually have seen that in Seattle, and that was really cool walking through that and just how everything I love how like when there they just like pushed everything to the side to make the walkway so that people could walk underground because there's just so much stuff and like garbage piled down there. It's just really funny and cool. Have you seen the Declaration of Independence in person? Yes, I have. I have seen it in person a couple times actually. And the National Archives, we will talk about that because that is also on this list. All right, so next, but something that is definitely not the National Archives is Madame Tussauds. Again, like Ripley's Believe It or Not, I put this on here as a joke because it is a wax museum. Um, but um, so yeah, I'm just gonna just put it down here. It's in a skip it. It's bad. I hate it. They're so cheesy and tacky, and it's just like why? Why would you go to a big city and where there are a million things to do and waste your time with fake uncanny recreation of Sylvester Stallone? Like I don't see the appeal. I don't get it. But that's just me. All right. And you know what? Because Sherman brought it up, let's go ahead. Let's talk about the National Archives. Um, so this is, of course, where the Declaration of Independence in Washington D.C. is stored or on display, along with the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. They also have a really cool exhibit space, where they talk about the history and how things are stored at the National Archives and what kind of things are stored there. Very cool, very good like peek behind the scenes of like, what how this stuff works. I would personally put it I would put it in visit at least once. Sometimes they have special exhibits that are good, but I feel like it's more under visit at least once. I'd put it personally above national history if you're going to if you're going to be in Washington D.C. I would put it in above going to see a natural history museum. So yeah, so I'm just going to put that right there. All right, we got one line left of museums. All right. I'm hoping to be done in probably about like another half hour at least. I don't want to go longer than that. Um, okay. Uh, so let's talk quickly about some of these here. All right. Uh, this one right here. This is the Frick collection. Okay. Now, okay, the Frick collection is a museum in New York City that is in a that is stored or that is on display in a one of the old it's an old Gilded Age mansion, one of the only Gilded Age mansions in New York City that still exists because almost all of them have been torn down. Um, and the only reason it exists is because it was converted into an art museum. So it is great in that sense. However, when I went there in September, because they just reopened after being closed for like several years for refurbishment, I will say the Frick collection was one of the worst museum experiences I've had in recent memory. Like it was it was not it was not good. So, and here's why. Um so while the house itself um is really cool because it is preserved, it is a preserved Gilded Age mansion and there are some rooms that are still look like they did during that era. The thing is when they converted it into a museum, they took out and refurbished a lot of the rooms, like the more like kind of like rooms that like the more like workspace rooms, like bathrooms, kitchens, and stuff like that. They took all those out and turned them into galleries. So it's not a perfect recreation of a guild or like preserved version of a Gilded Age mansion. And I love those types of spaces in old historic houses. Just seeing the more like regular, like a kitchen in an old house, I think is really cool. And while parts of the Frick are beautiful, it's it doesn't it just it's missing something. And here's the other thing with the Frick that when I went there that really put me off. One is that they do not allow any photos at all inside the museum. No photo. You are not allowed to take photos at all when you're inside the museum. Which for like I will admit that for a while that was the case in a lot of museums, but in the past 10, 15 years they've kind of gone away with that because most cameras nowadays automatically don't take a flash. They adjust to whatever situation they're in and they don't take flash. And also museums realize that like, people taking photos and posting them on social media is great PR. Um and but now they've kind of changed that. Graceland was like that when I was a kid too. Yes, so I actually went to Graceland a few years ago and they could let me take photos. So they've definitely changed that as well. So yeah, so it's something that has been pretty much universally accepted by museums. Um so my camera doesn't even have a flash. Yeah. So and so what's also so that's one thing. So the fact that the museum is so behind in that sense, it, like frustrates me because it's just showing like that they're kind of being, I don't know, like snotty, like it comes off as kind of pretentious. Um Also the art that is on display, it's good art. It's good like examples of like European art from like the Renaissance onward. But they have some Rembrandts and stuff like that, but there was nothing there that was like, "Oh my god, this is incredible," or "I'm so glad I saw this." There wasn't anything like I've seen better collections in a lot of these other museums that I'm talking about here. um, but this was the number one thing that made me frustrated the most. They tell you you can't take photos, but when you go around and walk around the museum, there are no labels on any of the painting next to any of the paintings. There are no labels, no information on any of the walls at all. You have no idea what you're looking at when you're just looking at it when you're there. There's no information available when you're walking through the gallery. What you have to do is go on your phone and pull up the museum's website with some QR codes around the place and look at the information that's all on your phone. So the entire time you're at this museum, you can't take photos, but you're looking at your phone the whole time and have it out anyway. And that made me so annoyed that it just I like just because literally the entire like, if I wanted to know anything about a painting that I was looking at, I had to look down at my phone and then look up at the painting and look. It was just so it just made me feel it felt so disconnected rather than like quickly glancing to the side of the painting and like seeing the information right there. It like just very much took me out of it. It was so frustrating and like and also that made me think like okay, what if you come to the museum and you can't like one, what if you don't have a smartphone? Two, what if you do have a smartphone? What if you're like internationally visiting and you can't connect to the Wi-Fi and like you don't have data or something like that, so you can't use that? What if the Wi-Fi isn't that good or goes out, at the museum? Like what it it limits the visit it ruins the visitor experience so much. And you know what? Talking about it more and bring back up those memories and everything. Oh, and then on top of that, it's not that big either. Hold on. It's not that big. And while yeah, like okay, like some of these buildings, like some of these areas are cool. Like I will admit this staircase, beautiful. Beautiful staircase. Some of these rooms right here, like, with these paintings on the wall. Again, really cool. Really, really beautiful courtyards and stuff like that. But God, just the frustration I had with all of that. And then on top of that, tickets for this place. First of all, you have to do reserve tickets nowadays because they just reopened and it's limited entry. Tickets are $30 for this. And I went through this, and I'm the type of person I can spend all day easily in a museum, especially in museums that people go through in like a few hours, you know? And it just, it, like the entire, like you can go through, I can be in most museums like for all day, like a good sized museum. I went through the Frick collection in 2 hours for $30. That is not worth it. That is not worth it at all. So, because of that, and just talking about it, and it's bringing back all these memories and stuff like that, and all this just frustration. I originally was going to put it only if bored, but no, going in the skip it. Don't bother. If unless you really love European paintings, you can go to the Frick, but otherwise, skip it. Personally, it was just so. I was just so annoyed being there. Oak Alley Plantation was like that in 2006. You take a tour of Oak Alley Plantation. No, I have not been to Oak Alley. I've been to New Orleans, but I was like 7, so I don't really remember it that well. That's the only time I've been in Louisiana. All right. Now that we've talked about a museum that I don't like, let's talk about a museum that I really like. And that is it's just a symbol right here, but this is the symbol for the Heinz Center in Pittsburgh. Now, the Heinz Center in Pittsburgh is another one of those. It's a bunch of museums um, under under one roof. Um, and it's in Pittsburgh, and it's mostly about the history of Pittsburgh itself, which honestly is a very underrated city. I really liked Pittsburgh when I was there. I would definitely go back. Um, so let's see. I'm trying to think. I would definitely put it in return for special exhibits because it was really cool. I think I'm gonna put it here. Let's see. Hey, Bonnie, good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome on in. Put up in return. Definitely, Heinz is great. Yes, I know. I really loved the Heinz History Center when I was in Pittsburgh. Hold on, let me pull out some pictures of it. Um, Heinz History Center. So yeah, so it's this building in Pittsburgh, and it's several different museums, or several different museums under one building. One of them is dedicated to the history of like the Heinz condiment company. So they have all a bunch of stuff on like Heinz ketchup and all the other stuff. Um, but one of their most famous things that they have there, um, is they have the sets from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood because Mr. Rogers was from Pittsburgh and filmed in Pittsburgh. So they have all of his sets from the show that you can see, and it's again really cool to see that there. Um, they also have some really. I know that one of the other galleries they have there is like a sports museum, like dedicated to Pittsburgh, like sports and sports history. Um, yeah, let's see, but oh, hey, Bonnie,
How neat is that?
thank you so much for the raid.
How neat is that?
Hold on, am I?
That's pretty neat.
Hey, thank you so much. I don't know if I was glitched out, but like I thought I heard it twice, but maybe not. I don't know what's going on. Hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Hold on. Let me give you a shout out real quick. Bonnie. Uh, please let this work. Did that work? There we go. So please go if you don't haven't followed Bonnie, please go do that. She is a also, if I remember correctly, Bonnie, you have a background in museums as well, in exhibit design. Um which so it's always good to see another museum person here on Twitch. But it looks like, yeah, you're doing art. And also, yes, she's also a great artist, so please go follow her. If you're coming in from Bonnie's raid, hello, I'm not a professor, but you can call me Nap. Um, I am a history and museum focused PNG tuber. We do live history research streams here. And I also work in the museum field. So similar to Bonnie. Um, and I'm using that experience today to do a ranking, a tier list of all of these museums that I have visited. We're getting near the end here. It's been 52 museums. Um, I don't know if you can uh, see this. Some of them are really small, so I don't know if you see these, Bonnie. I don't know if you have any opinions on uh, any of these other ones here. Um, but but yeah, so if you're interested in history, if you're interested in museums, if you're interested in any of that kind of stuff, feel free to follow. If you have to go ahead and raid and run, I totally get it. Thank you again, Bonnie, so much for the raid. Um, African American History Museum needs to be higher. I mean, it's. Do you mean like higher like this way? Because like um it's already at the highest level. Because this is as high as it goes. Get a membership is as high as it goes. Um, but it is a great museum. I will give you that. It is a great, great museum. Um, I just personally, I have American history over here because I'm an American history nerd, and it was also the first Smithsonian museum I went to. So it has a special like nostalgia for me, like a special place in my heart in terms of that. Um, yeah, so that's why, as of right now, that's number one. Because these are also kind of in order, a little bit of an order, like this way as well. I'm trying to, at least. Um, but but yeah, these are what we've done so far. We just got done talking about, yeah, the Heinz Center, as Bonnie. What is the second one on that? Oh, yeah, so that's not a logo. That is something that's in London that I went to. That is part of the Victoria and Albert Museum, which you see the main museum is down here. But oh, you'll love this as a museum person. If you don't know about this, it is their new that opened last year, their brand new open storage museum. It is their storage facility that is completely open to the public. So hold on, let me look up a better picture. It's the V&A Storehouse is what it's called. So it's literally a they've made their storage facility for all of their collections fully accessible. You can see that it's like a person, like to give you size down here, and you can walk around these like balconies and everything. You can't go down the aisles, um but it is so cool. It is like one of the best experiences I've ever had in a museum because this collection is also fully accessible to anybody in that if you go on the V&A's website, if you go to their database, you can anybody, you don't have to be a researcher, you don't have to be a scholar, anybody can request a to see an object in their reading room, in their reading room at this museum. Anybody can see anything. It's so accessible. The most accessible museum collection I have ever seen by far. It's so cool. It's so well done. One of the best museum experiences I've had in a long time visiting there last year. Um, so yeah, so that's what that one is. Um, that's why it's so high because it was just it's so cool. But yeah, no, we love open storage. I love open storage, especially because I work in collections, so I love seeing that stuff at museums. All right, next. Oh God. Okay. Next here, we got the Guggenheim. We got the Guggenheim in New York City. And you know what? I'm just gonna get it over with. Skip it. I'm gonna be honest with you. Skip it. It's it's not that big. It's all like and like I said before, as you can tell by some of the Hirshhorn being down here, I'm not a fan of contemporary art. Um, but the building itself is cool. Look at it from the outside. Don't pay the stupid because it's like the gallery space is not that big. They don't have that much on display compared to a lot of these other museums. And they um hold on, wait. Guggenheim Museum. How much is it to go to the Guggenheim? Because yeah, like look, the building itself is cool. But compared to a lot of other museums on this list, it's so small. It is so small. Um okay, hold on. How much are tickets? How much are tickets? Okay, let's say we're gonna go tomorrow. Yeah, $30. It is not worth $30 at all. It is not worth $30 at all to go to the museum. So while yes, the building is fun, it's not worth the money to go. If it was cheaper, then if it was like 15 bucks, 20 bucks, maybe. I would say like, okay, yeah, maybe that's more fitting. But yeah, it's just um it's just not worth the price. So that's why for me it's in Skip It. There's really compared to all the especially in New York City, compared to all the other great museums that are in New York City, just skip it. um all right. Next we have the Imperial War Museum. The Imperial War Museum in London. So this I'm going to be I'm going to start off first by saying that military military history is my least favorite type of history. I I really it really does not interest me personally. I am not like if you come up to me and start like talking about all the different types of like guns during World War II or how all the different tanks are different, I start to disassociate. Like it's just I just can't I've just never been into it. I'm not into like, battle strategy or like who the famous generals are. The part of military history that I do like is individual stories. So like individual stories of soldiers, like reading their letters and stuff like that. That part I like. And I'm also more interested personally in like the home front. Like that's kind of more what I'm interested in. So, keeping that in mind, I did really like the Imperial War Museum. I thought it was really well done. So, I'm going to put it in probably visit at least once, but I'm going to put it above the Churchill War Rooms because I do think it is better than the War Rooms because there's more to it. It's pretty big. There's a lot there. Actually, you know what? No, I'd put it above Colonial Williamsburg, I think. Yeah. I put it there. Actually, you know what? No, sorry. I'm going to put it there. It's a bit more than these other ones just in terms of what they have on display. All right. Next, we have the MoMA. We have the MoMA. Now, this is specifically the MoMA in New York City. Now, they do have some cool flagship stuff. They have some Jackson Pollocks. They have the Van Gogh. They have Starry Night there, which is really cool. That's kind of I feel like the main reason everyone goes to the MoMA. Um, but like if you couldn't tell from what I said about the Hirshhorn and the Guggenheim, it's I'm putting it down only if bored. I'm putting it. Is it better or worse than the Reagan Library? It has more. It has less. Like at least the Reagan Library has more variety. I feel like, or it has more like. I mean, I'm more of a history guy, so Funny story. I'm an art person. I've never been to the MoMA or the Guggenheim. Hey, I mean, you don't have to be. You can be an art person and not go to those museums. There's nothing. There's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't mean that they're. Uh, you can still be an art person and not go. I'm a history person, and I've never. What's like a history museum I've never been or a museum I've never. Or I'm trying to think. Like I've never been to. There have been a lot. Like I've never been to a lot of museums in Chicago or Boston. That I really want to go to. So yeah. All right. Yeah, I haven't been to the Carnegie or Boston. Yeah, I've been to Boston. I was gonna go to the JFK Library when I was in Boston, but um, when I got there, I had a Wally World situation. I drove up to the JFK Library, walked out, and I walked up to the front door, and there was a taped paper sign on the front door that said "Museum closed today due to water main break." I was so upset, and I had to drive in Boston which was already I almost died twice trying to get to the JFK library just because of the drivers in Boston. Um, I go to Boston so much. JFK was great. Yeah, I'm sure it is great, Bonnie, but I wouldn't know. uh, we go to Salem all the time. Oh yeah, I loved Salem. When I was going around all of Massachusetts. Salem was definitely up there. Oh, if you know Massachusetts, I don't know if you saw, this is up here I have Old Sturbridge Village. If you know Old Sturbridge Village, Bonnie. Um my favorite by far living history museum that I've been to. Um that I love. Yeah, okay, yeah. You are. Yeah, you got I feel like if you're from that area, you know what's that's so funny is that Old Sturbridge Village, yeah, Old Sturbridge Village is up here and Plymouth is all the way down here. And I said earlier the reason why is because I don't like how at Plymouth they're all in character. Like all the interpreters are in character. Whereas at Old Sturbridge Village, it's the exact opposite. Because for me personally, who's more introverted, it's a lot harder to get information and learn and have a conversation personally with the people who are, in character like this. It's not like, they're cool in terms of like, um, it's cool in terms of like the performance of it, I guess, and everything. But I don't know, in terms of like a history setting, for me, it's just it's too much. Like, yeah. So Old Salem in North Carolina is really good. More like Williamsburg and Old Sturbridge Village. Ooh, okay. I haven't been there. I haven't been to that part of North Carolina. I haven't been to Salem, North Carolina. I've been to Kitty Hawk in North Carolina, but that's it. Um, really. And I visited some relatives in Raleigh once. But that's it. All right. Next museum here. We got a big one. We got a big one here. This is the Louvre. It is the Louvre. So the Louvre is going to go. I think I'm going to put it. I mean, it's come on. It's the Louvre. I got to put it. I got to put it up here. Like just in terms of just like how huge it is. Not taking into account their horrible security that we've come to learn about in the past last year. Um, I I would put it up here. I would put it. I put it here. I think personally, Louvre is overrated. I mean, I totally get that. I can totally understand. I think with the problem is that when people think of the Louvre, they think of the Mona Lisa, and the Mona Lisa is absolutely overrated. But there is so much more to the Louvre than the Mona Lisa. There are so many cool things on display, like especially like the Napoleon apartments. Because I feel like everybody who goes to the Louvre, they go see the Mona Lisa and then they leave, or they see maybe like a handful of other galleries nearby. But the Louvre is huge. There's so much there. I loved the Napoleon apartments that are also there. And yes, the crowds around the Mona Lisa were insane and stupid. Um, but I would put it I mean just how much they have and the variety of stuff. Have you tried Cheerwine? I have not, Sherman. I actually don't know what that is. I think I was spoiled by Italy slash the Vatican. Oh yeah, the Vatican I can totally understand. I didn't put the Vatican on here because while I have been to the Vatican, it was on a guided tour where we only had like an hour and a half to like walk through and they took us specifically to specific spots in the Vatican museums and to go to the Sistine Chapel. So I wasn't able to like actually like enjoy it or like see everything. I remember seeing the room with the hallway with like all the maps, and I thought was really cool. But yeah, yeah, we spent all day. Yeah, you can easily spend all day. So yeah, I want to go back and like actually like see it, see it properly. All right. So next museum. Now that we've talked about the Louvre, um, we're going to the Met. The Met in New York City. So I'm gonna be honest. I'm putting the Met. I think the Met is probably my favorite art museum that I have been to, and I think I'm gonna put it. Ooh, I think I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it here. I went when they had a superhero costume exhibit. Oh, that sounds so cool. I wish I could have seen that. That sounds so cool. But even without that specific exhibit, the Met is awesome because they have so much. It's huge. And hold on. If we go to the Met, if we go to the tickets, Met on Fifth Avenue, let's say we're going to go tomorrow. Uh, is also, okay, yeah, this is the thing. It's $30. So for the same price that you can go to the Guggenheim and the Frick, for the same price, you can go to the Met. And there's no competition of which one of these is way more worth the $30 value because the Met is huge. You can spend days there, days, and still not see everything. Just there I haven't been to an art museum that just is so huge, has so much variety, has so many good quality pieces, and what the Met also has that I love that a lot of museum like only big art museums have is period rooms. I love period rooms so much. I love period rooms. They're like one of my favorite things in museums. I love how they give context for the pieces on display. Like it's so cool. And they have so many a huge variety of period rooms from different area like in Europe, and there's some from like the Middle East, from Asia and stuff like that, and from the Americas. Um it's so good. They have so many of them and they're just high quality. It's it's so good. Like, oh, look at these rooms. Look at that. Just recreations of full recreations of rooms. And also the Met has an awesome open storage area. This area, I mean look at that. Like it's huge where they have like just cabinets filled with like chairs and like paintings and stuff like that. It's huge. Really awesome, really cool. Um, like just hallways of stuff on display. I love open storage. It's so good. So yeah, Met by far, get it membership, S tier for sure. I grew up visiting the Met and didn't realize how spoiled I was. Oh yeah. You grew up going to the Met? Yeah, you were spoiled for sure. It's such a good quality museum. You need to go to the nationality rooms at University of Pittsburgh. It is that, but they are classrooms. Ooh, wait, hold on. Let me while we have Google up. Rooms. University of Pittsburgh. Whoa. Oh, so they're all like themed to different. Whoa, that's cool. That's really cool. I love that. Wow. That is so cool. Next time I'm in Pittsburgh, I'll have to check that out for sure. All right. Yes, you can have classes in those rooms. But the tour is pretty much free. That's also really cool. I mean, oh God, having classes in those rooms would be so cool. I don't think I'd be able to focus on class. I would just be like in awe at the room that I'm in. and they decorated for the holidays. Ooh, oh, that also sounds fun. All right. It is getting late, so I do have to rush these last few ones here. Um, all right, National Gallery of Art. This is the one that's in Washington, D.C. National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. It's good. It's a good art museum. They have some really cool stuff. They have a good variety. They have the only Da Vinci painting in the Americas that you can see there. Um, they have an amazing room or multiple rooms dedicated to Hudson River Valley School, that style of painting, which I said, which if you missed it earlier, I said in the beginning of the stream, that is my favorite art style of all time. I love that style so much. It's so beautiful. They have rooms dedicated to that, which I love. I also have a lot of good European art, a lot of good like classic Dutch painters, like and got some like Rembrandts and stuff like that. Good quality stuff. Um, I'd put it in visit at least once. I'd put it. I'd put it here probably. Yeah, I'd put it here. All right. Next. Okay, these next few ones I'm kind of going to do a little bit out of order. Because I want to save certain ones for last. Um, actually, no, maybe I won't. Or well, okay, I'll do this one next. Just because it was a last minute addition that I almost forgot about, but thanks to Toki mentioning Austria, I remembered which one this was. This is the Vienna Art Museum, Vienna's Art Museum or Kunsthistorisches Museum, which is literally art history museum. Um, very, very awesome art museum. Very, very good. I'd probably, compared to the other art museums on this list, I'd probably put it under return for special exhibits because not only is it good quality, the building is great, but it has one of my favorite things. God, what are they? Hold on. I'm going to search over here because I don't remember what they're called. Let's see here. Uh, time for the speed run. Yeah, it is. Hold on. Art museum, rock art? No. I can't remember what they're called, but they're so cool. Um, rock. Can't find them unfortunately, and I don't have time really to get into it. But there is a thing. They're like these. They're like slide. It's like people. Oh wait, is this one? Is this one? Yes. Okay, I found them. It's these. These. They are where they take raw ore. These are from like the 1600s, and they turn them into little dioramas. They had like a whole display case of these things, and I've never seen these anywhere else before. But they're so cool. Look, like you can see like all the detail, like with the little people down here and everything, the castle on top. And it looks like something that you wouldn't think is from like the 1600s. It looks like something you'd see from like the Victorian era, but it's not. They're actually older than that, which I think is so cool. I think it's so so cool. Um and yeah, you can see there's some like other ones here too, like this one. Yeah, it's ore raw ore center. Hold on, wait. Does this talk about it? Hold on. Oh, this is Atlas Obscura. Okay, yeah, raw ore centerpieces that turned grueling labor into cutesy dioramas. Yeah, like look at these things. Like, okay, this one's from 1740. Okay, so maybe they're not as old as I thought, but still, like looking at these, they look more like something from like, like the Victorian era, but they're older. Oh no, wait, no. Okay, yeah. In the 16th century, whenever a dramatically contorted chunk of ore emerged from a mine in Central Europe, the nearest prince would often lay claim to it. Favorite goldsmiths were then commissioned to transform the rough into an implorable dollhouse-like sculpture known as handstein, meaning handstone, an artwork that was meant to be admired while held aloft. Well into this. Okay, so it started in the 1500s. So they are that old. Okay. Yeah, I mean, just like look at this stuff. Look at these. Look at the detail. Look at the detail in these. It's beautiful. They had like a whole display case full of these. Oh, whoa, you can zoom in. I mean, whoa. Look at this. Oh yeah, and there's like writing on it right here. The little people. It's like they're like in a mine, like carving away. It's paint. God, these are so cool. Got a unicorn fighting a dragon. Ah, that's that's the good stuff. It's miniatures basically, yeah. So yeah, that's something that they have at this museum that I have not seen anywhere else that I really, really love. I have not seen these in any other museum anywhere. And when I saw them on display, I like immediately fell in love. Like it was love at first sight. So that's why it's a little higher, compared to the other art museums here. Going to have to make from a list from the VOD later. Yeah, no, hey, these are all my recommendations basically. These miniatures remind me of the dioramas on display at the Met Chicago. They're like the rooms at the Met New York City, but miniature. Oh wait, yeah, I think that's from like, aren't they from like the World's Fair? I think because wasn't that like a thing for like World's Fairs was like that they would have like miniatures like that. I think, yeah, but yeah, no, so cool, so well done. All right, next, let's do. Let's see. I have been making a list this whole time. Hey, that's great. I'm glad. I'm glad that people are taking recommendations from this. Okay. Uh, Next, we only have 5 left, so let's try to be a little quick, but some of these are good ones that I really want to talk about. Okay, so let's talk about these two right here. Skansen and the Norse Folk Museum, because they're both basically kind of the same thing, just different countries. So this one's from uh Oslo. This one's in Stockholm, Sweden. And they are both living history museums, where they have um moved historic buildings to various sites, to these sites, and are really cool living history museums. So for me personally, I am going to put the Oslo one in visit at least once, like if you're in Oslo. I'm definitely putting it above the Viking Museum. Uh,
Wow.
let's see. Whoa,
Wow. What a beaut.
Bonnie, thank you so much. Thank you much for subscribing. You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the support. I hope you enjoy your time here. um yeah, no, thank you so much, Bonnie. I really, really appreciate it. All right. Sorry, what was I saying? Oh yeah, for the Norwegian one, gonna put in visit at least once. I'll put it I'll put it here, I think. Yeah. Or no. No, I'll put it I think actually, no, yeah, I'll put it here. It's a really good museum. It's really cool. But the Swedish one is going up here. It's going above the Vasa. When I put it above the Henry Ford. Hmm. When I put it above the Henry Ford. Uh, I think I would. Or well, yeah, actually, no, yeah, I would. I would put it above the Henry Ford. Um, so both of them are still, like I said, they're both great. I would definitely recommend both. But the Norwegian one, while it's really cool, it was smaller than the Swedish one, and the Swedish one is also a zoo, like where they have actual like animals as well on top of the historic building. So that you get double, you get history and you get animals. Great. Um, there were more costume interpreters in the Swedish one compared to the Norwegian one. That could have also just been the time of year, the time of day that I was there. Um, and the Swedish one had way more variety of um of structures compared to the Norwegian one. They both had variety. Like they wasn't like the Norwegian one wasn't just like one time period. It's a bunch of different buildings from different points in Norway's history. But the Swedish one had more variety. And one thing that the Swedish one had that was really cool. Hold on, can I find it? Uh oh no, that is not the apartment. Was it Skonsen that had the apartment, or was it? Wait, what's the Norwegian one? Hold on, Skonsen map. Or was it the Norwegian one that had the? Because I saw these both very similar, like very close to each other, so they're kind of blur. They might have like merged in my head. Um, hold on, not good quality, really. Yeah, it's too blurry. Uh, hold on. Is it? Hold on, wait. Oh, it was the Norwegian one. Oh shoot, I got that mixed up. Okay, I don't think it really changes too much of my opinion, but so the Norwegian one, it turns out, so they on top of having like these cool, like like actual, like like historic buildings and everything like that from various points in Norway's history, they have a apartment building, um, like a 4 or 5 story apartment building, like like semi modern, and the way that it's set up is that each floor in the apartment building, I'm trying to see if there's like a picture of like the outside of it, but it doesn't look like there is. Each floor of the apartment building is a different time period. So like it starts at like at the bottom floor is like, like the early like 1900s. Then it goes to like the 1930s, 1950s, 1970s, and ends in the 90s. And it was just a really cool thing to see, like see that like change and like using the apartment building because each apartment layout is basically the same to represent all those different time periods in one building. Really, really cool. Really, really enjoyed it. Um, all right. Um, all right, I didn't plan this, but I think we're gonna end with this way. So next one we're gonna talk about, which is this museum right here. This is the Air Force Museum. This is the Air Force Museum. And this is in Dayton, Ohio, and it is by far the best air and space style museum I have ever been to, and by far the largest. It is basically, imagine the hangar they have for the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum, times that by 4. The Air Force Museum has 4 hangars filled with different planes and stuff like that for throughout aviation history, and it goes in chronological order. And the amount of stuff they have on display, I spent 2 days at this place. Um, like just like it was insane. Hey, Dreaming of Infinity, thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Um, we're catching us right at the end here. But yeah, this place was incredible. So it's going up here and get a membership. I think I would put it slightly above the Deutsches Museum. Um, I went to the Pima Airspace Museum. That was fun. Yes, yeah. So basically, picture that Airspace Museum, but times it by 4, or maybe like at least 3, probably. That's how big this air and space. Like, hold on, wait. Uh, hold on, wait. Air Force Museum. Um, yeah. So this is like the exterior. It's these 4 hangars just filled with stuff. And they have like, and they do have famous things. Like most famously, they have the Memphis, Tennessee. They have or the Memphis Bell. Sorry, not Memphis, Tennessee. That's the place. They have the Memphis Bell. They have the Enola Gay. They have multiple Air Force One planes that you can go inside. Um, yeah, and it's just like there's so much stuff. It is huge. You can spend days there. So that's why it's going up here. I've been in and out. Hey, well, thank you so much for being here either way. Hello, Link's voice. Welcome on in. Are there any historical theories you believe could be true that are debated? Do you mean like what, like ancient alien stuff, like conspiracy theories, or like um I'm trying to think like not one thing that is constantly being debated is like the amount of time humans have been in the Americas. That's one that's constantly changing as they keep discovering new stuff. Um, so I think I feel like humans have probably been. I wouldn't be surprised if humans are probably been in America longer than we say they have. So I think that's maybe something I could. I think that's probably something I can think of with that. I was big mad when I saw the museum in Michael Bay's Transformers and it was just multiple locations stitched together. Yes, hey, that's Aeon. How you felt about that is how I felt when I went to the Natural History Museum for the first time in New York City, and it didn't look like Night at the Museum. That's exactly how I felt. That is exactly how I felt. That's what she said. Jesus, Sherman. All right, so we're at the final 2 here. Final 2, and I am going to. All right, so um, all right, so one thing I will say is that when I started compiling this list and figuring out what uh like what type of museums I was going to show, I pretty much decided that I wasn't going to do museums that are like based around like a national like a tragedy. So like the 9/11 museum, the Holocaust Memorial Museum, places like that. I've been to those museums, but it just didn't feel right morally and ethically to really rank those um just because of the subject matter. Um but I had to make one exception. I had to make one exception to that rule, and that's for this museum right here. This is the Oklahoma City National Memorial Museum. This is a museum that is in Oklahoma City. That is a museum and a memorial to the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995. In case you don't know about that, basically in 1995 there was a domestic terrorist that set off a huge explosive device in a van outside of a government building in Oklahoma City. It was a huge tragedy. Like hundreds of people, like over 100 people died. Horrible, horrible event. Um, and this is a museum going through that event. Um, and I'm talking about it because it is going up here because it is probably one of the best it is definitely one of the best museums I have ever been to. They did such a good job of presenting this event and going through in chronological order. Um, I remember, yeah, hey Marf, yeah, it's an event that it's it's one of those events that I feel like a lot of people have unfortunately kind of forgotten because it's gotten overshadowed by 9/11. Um, but what they did here is so good. Um, I wanted to go to the 9/11 Oklahoma City Memorial. Glad Oklahoma City is so worth it. Yes, it absolutely is worth it. If you have one day in Oklahoma City, go to this museum. It is so good. Also, I think museum used to be the FBI museum. Did it? I don't know, because maybe it wouldn't be surprising considering all the FBI related stuff they had in there. Um, but I mean, the museum is gone now, so unfortunately, we'll never like we'll never see if it evolves again. But yeah, but one thing, the talking about the Oklahoma City Bombing Museum, you go through the way the museum works is that you go through chronologically. You start before like learning about the building, like the building that was bombed. Uh, um, they talk about like the construction of the building and stuff like that, and just kind of Oklahoma City culture during that time in like the 90s, and also U.S. culture at the time, and kind of the rise in like anti-government, domestic terrorism and stuff like that, and anti-government sentiment that was going on during that time, especially after Waco. Um, and then once you go through that area, what makes it, and this is one of the craziest things I've experienced in a museum. After you get like this intro to like about like the building and the area and um like American culture at the time, they have this door that has a timer above it, and they only let people in like a little bit at a time when the timer hits zero. So the doors open when the timer hits zero, and you walk into this room, and the room is sort of set up kind of like a mock reading room or meeting room. They have like a fake table kind of in the center, and they have like benches along the wall that you sit at, and you sit, and you start sitting, and an audio recording starts playing, and the audio recording that's playing is a recording that was done at a meeting across the street from the building that was bombed. Um and it was for a water rights, like a guy was trying to like help like establish like water rights for his like ranch, something like that. And they were recording the meeting. The recording started, they started the meeting and started recording at 9 o'clock, and the bomb went off at 9:01. So you're sitting here, they just start playing the recording, and you're sitting here waiting because you know what's going to happen. You know what's about to happen. You're just sitting there, and the tension's building, and you're just waiting and waiting and waiting, and then you hear the explosion in in the recording go off. You hear people, like you hear like things falling. It's like you hear people yelling like get out, like like evacuate, and like all that stuff. And keep in mind, this is in the building across the street. It's not like the main building. So because this bomb was huge, it destroyed not just the main building, but it heavily damaged several other buildings in the surrounding area. Um and then as after that recording finishes, the doors on the other side of the room open, and you walk into this area where it's a like they have a bunch of stuff in the that was like from the building that was damaged. So like broken signs, windows, desks, like things like that, like behind display cabinets and stuff like that. Um, yeah, it is one by far one of the most like powerful like things I have seen in a museum by far. Um, it's so well done. And then the rest of the museum is you go through like chronologically, like what happened, like the rescue effort, to try and get people out, the immediate aftermath, the rescue effort. And then after they talk about like the actual bombing, then they talk about how the guy who did it was captured. They go into like a whole exhibit like about that process and everything, and how they found him, and like how his trial and everything like that. Like, And then, like, they talk about Oklahoma City after the years. They have a memorial room for all the people who passed away in the tragedy. Like, it was so well done. So it definitely deserves to be, um, it deserves to be up there. It deserves more recognition, honestly. It really does. Yeah, because the FBI closed after 9/11, and yeah, I know it is so sad that the museum closed. I cry every time. I cry every time I think about it. Very hit. I mean, yeah, it is kind of Hitchcock in a way, but yeah, it's definitely, like I said, one of the most impactful things I've seen in a museum, but not the most impactful because that's is what we're saving for the end here. I didn't plan this. It just happened to work out in its placement in the list when I uploaded these photos. But we are ending with this. This is the Poland, or as it is, that's the abbreviation for it, I believe, in Polish, but the official name in English is the Museum of the History of Polish Jews. This is a museum in Warsaw, Poland that I went to a few years ago, and it is going right up here, all the way uh, at the end here. Hold on, because right there, because this is my number one favorite museum of all time. This museum right here, the Museum of the History of Polish Jews. It's a museum that outside of the States isn't really that well known. It's well known, I would maybe a bit more well known in Europe, especially if you're visiting Warsaw. It's one of, I think, the top attractions now. Um, but it is an incredible museum. By far, like I said, the best museum I have been to for a lot of reasons. So when I went there back in what, that would have been like 2019, I think. Yeah, 2019. I didn't really have high expectations. I thought, okay, I'll be there for like 2 or 3 hours and then I'll go do something else. I was in this museum for 8 hours and I still didn't see everything. I still had to rush the last two sections. I still had to rush the last two sections. Um, it was God. Okay, so the way that this museum works is that it goes through the entire history of Jewish people in Poland, specifically, going all the way back from like the early medieval period all the way up to like kind of Cold War era, and it goes through entirely in chronological order. So you start, with the earliest like references to it in like the medieval era, um, and you start moving through, and there was so much good information. It's a very modern museum. It's not that old. It's like less than like 15 years old, probably. They had so many good interactives and technological elements that made it way more engaging. Um, it was just so good. Hello, Alicia. Welcome on in. Today I visited two museums. Nice. Yeah, that's awesome, man. I feel like I need to make a list like this and do this on stream. Oh, absolutely, Bonnie. Yeah, do it. I would definitely watch that. I'm curious what museums you've been to and like what your favorite museums are. Um, Absolutely. I would definitely watch that. Um, a paleontological one and a boat museum. Ooh, that's a crazy combination, but that's really cool. Um, but yeah, okay, so hold on. Let me show a few pictures of the Poland. Okay, so this is what the building on the exterior looks like. It's a very plain building, but God, the oh, you'll love this, Bonnie. The exhibit design of this place. They use so many good like projections on the walls and like interactive elements. That's actually not even the main galleries. That's just the entry. That's the lobby. This is the lobby. um, and they have like one of the big things here is that they brought in a preserved example of like the interior of a painted like synagogue that survived the war. Um, and then hold on. Uh, yeah, and see, like they have like really awesome like maps, like historic maps of like everything. This one has like projections on it, so it like lights up, like in different parts lights up. There were so many good interactives, and like yeah, he like see like here's another one. Like all of these are like projections and stuff like that. Like it's so well done. And then but my favorite hold on, where's but that's not my favorite areas. There are some other ones. Oh yeah, like look, the eight the ooh, the design, look at this. This is one of the like for like one of the later periods in like the 1800s. Recreation of like a train station, like made to look like this, where you can like sit and they have like, uh you can sit like this. But I'm still not seeing my favorite one. Where is it? Like again, like more tables with like, interactives and touchscreens and stuff like that. Um oh, here it is. Yes, this is my favorite part. This is a street made to look like the 19 like 20s, I think. Um Made to look like the 1920s, and uh like the way that this works is that these um these buildings here, these are projections. So again, projection mapping, like you were saying earlier, Bonnie, and these can change based on what they want to show on it. And each of these buildings, you can go inside and learn about like various like businesses that like Jewish people had during that time, and various Jewish like the Jewish community during that time and everything. Um, it's just it's so good. It's so impressive. But what makes it even more impactful, this is what really made it like hit home for me. Uh what made it so impactful is that you go through like two-thirds of this museum, and it's just filled with like amazing, like exhibition design like this, like cool history. You're seeing hundreds of years, like almost over a millennium of buildup of history and culture and art, like just build, 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 and like expand and like go through peaks and valleys and stuff like that. But it's all still there. And then you get to the 1930s, and all of this beautiful, amazing set design that you see and like say you see here is suddenly gone and replaced with brutalist concrete at like sharp, awkward edges, cramped. Like it's because obviously they start talking about the Holocaust and what happened, and just seeing all of that, all that stuff get like all that you basically saw all everything you just saw before, you know, like that you spent hours going through this museum seeing and building and develop is just immediate in like the span of like a decade is just gone and wiped away. It's incredibly impactful when you see it in that perspective. Like it's so good. Like it's one of it's the biggest emotional impact a museum has had on me. Um, Hello, Spork. Welcome on in. Um, it's the biggest impact a museum has had on me. Um, I don't know if I want to. Should I say this? I don't know. It's very dark. So okay, heavy topic warning. But I think I do need to talk about this because it is important for like explaining how I felt about this museum and this experience. So, um, just a bit of a warning here. We're gonna get really heavy. Um, when you're in this section of the museum where it's in like the 1920s, um, there were I remember there was one area where there was this like touchscreen, um, very it was very it was a touchscreen that had a bunch of photos, like family photos, and you could like go through the photos and like look at them and touch them and learn about the people and stuff like that. And I'm looking at all these photos, and nothing particularly triggered this. Like there wasn't like, like a sign or a note or something like that, or like a label or on the display that triggered this. But I'm just going through these photos, and then suddenly my heart drops, like my stomach drops, because I had the sudden realization that in less than 10 or 20 years, 90% of the people in these photos were going to be dead. I'm almost getting a little emotional, like thinking about it, like going back to that. Like it is like, and what was crazy is that there was, like I said, if you go, like it's more impactful because there was nothing that like triggered that. It's like it's not like going to like a place like the 9/11 museum or the Holocaust Memorial Museum where like you're prepared, you know that like this museum is going to make me feel things. That's the only time in a museum like that where I've had something like that just come out of nowhere, and it's really stuck with me, as you can tell. So yeah, so that is why this museum, the Poland Museum, is my number one museum of all time. Ooh, all right. Wow. Went on little bit of a rambling there, but I had to. And wow, it is late. Hold on. Okay, I missed some stuff in chat. Uh, hold on. Let me just look at chat real quick. It was a war boat turned into museum about war. It's now closed and is rusting. Oh man, that sucks. That's closed now. Oh, and you had an Ask a Lewis question. Um, Lewis, is your opinion when Rome fell 576 or 1453? All right, well, let's see. I don't know if he's not great with yes or like yes or no answers like that, but let's see. Lewis, do you think Rome fell in 576 or 1453?
This is peak. That's so Michael Scott coded.
Okay, I mean, sure. I mean, I guess I would say the fall of Rome is Michael Scott coded. I would say that. I'm not entirely sure what that means for Lewis, but all right. And thank you so much for the stream streak, Alicio. Um, okay, kind of continuing the dot. Have you visited Auschwitz? Yes, actually, I have, and I have visited, and it is definitely by far the most emotional I've been at any historic site ever. Uh, by far. Um, but yeah, it is like it's words can't like nothing I can say can like comprehend how it felt going there. Um, you really kind of have to like experience it for yourself. But yeah, very dark topic and silly music. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I really didn't think about that with this. The music doesn't really fit the tone of what I was talking about. But I mean, this was kind of a heavy thing to end on. um, the Fallen Leaves exhibit is another effect of an emotionally devastating experience. Ooh, I don't know that one. Wait, hold on. Let me Google that real quick. Fallen Leaves exhibit. Oh, it's also related to like Holocaust Memorial. Okay. I see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah. All right. Have you visited historical sites that are not museums per se, like Thermopolis or Petra? Uh I have been to what's it called? I mean I've been to Rome. I've been to like, a bunch of historic ruins like in places like that. Been to Pompeii, and I want to do because I specifically said at the beginning of stream, I didn't for those who weren't here at the beginning, I specifically chose these museums based on like actually like being a separate like a building with exhibits in it, like exclusively exhibits in it. So not like historic houses, so not like Mount Vernon or like, like other or Gettysburg Battlefield or like things like that. Like historic sites or historic like houses. I want to do a separate tier list for that because I've been to plenty of those as well. Um because I think that would be really fun. Yes, actually, Sherman, I have been to Stonehenge. Yes, that's another one. Reminding me of the places that I've been. I forgot about that. But yes, I have um been to those places as well. Um I want to visit the House of Wash. Yeah, that's Mount Vernon, and it's really cool. It's a really cool historic house. Definitely recommend. Um, all right, so yeah, so this right here, this is the final list. This is where we're ending it. Look at that. I think that's a pretty good list. So these are my final opinions on all of these museums. Um, I will uh you can feel free to leave your opinions, but I will not listen to them because these are my opinions. If you disagree, fine. That's perfectly fine, but these are mine. But I think this is pretty good. I'm pretty happy with this. On a happier note, the Acropolis Museum has a hilarious exhibit that is basically this is where we display our artifacts. If we had them, yes. Uh yes, yeah, I love that so much. Yeah, where they have like specifically so that like cuz they know that the British Museum was like, "Oh no, we don't want to give it to you cuz they will, um um like they're like British Museum was like, "Oh, we want to take care of it because we can take care of it the best." And so the Greeks were just like, "All right, bet." And so they built their own museum. They built their own exhibit space. They're like, "All right, it's ready to go. It's state of the art. Give it to us." We have a video from 1997 of the Air and Space Museum that is an entire walkthrough thanks to my dad. It is 6 hours long and is his first time using a camcorder. That is awesome, Bonnie, especially because they they're just about to finish completely renovating the Air and Space Museum. They completely gutted and like renovated it. So it looks probably nothing like it did in 1997. So that is actually possibly a very important piece of like the museum's history. So maybe digitize that if you can. Like because that'd be really cool to see. Every time something of historical significance goes missing, have you checked the British Museum? Yeah, exactly. All right. But yeah, so this is my final list. I don't know if there's any. Let me just look through it real quick, see if there's anything I would change. Let me see if there's anything I would change here. Uh, let's see. I would. Ooh, okay, you know what? I think I might move. Uh, I think I might move American Indian down. Honestly, now that I'm looking at it compared to all these other museums, it's a really great museum, but I think I would maybe put it here now that I'm really looking at it. It's still a great museum and should definitely be seen, but just looking at it compared to like where I put everything else now, it's like I really think, and that was one that we put there in the very beginning. I would probably put it more here. Yeah. But other than that, I would maybe move American Revolution. I'd move it to here, I think. Yeah. All right, so yeah, I think this is it. This is it right here. This is the final list. All right. Let's see. We'll click one, click the chat here, and then I think we're gonna call it because it is late. Oh my god, it is late. This is way longer than I expected to go. My initial plan was 3.5 hours. Let's see. Have you visited the House of Mary Curie or Anne Frank or the Lizzie Borden house? Okay. All of those that are listed there, I've only been to the Anne Frank house. I have been to the Anne Frank house in Amsterdam. Um, and it was a really cool, again, very impactful experience. Also, almost getting arrested by the Secret Service in the Heinz History Center open storage was hilarious. Wait, what, Bonnie? You almost what? Uh, I have so many fond memories of that museum. That's a crazy story to just drop right at the end here. That is crazy. That is a crazy. That's like one of the crazy. I've never heard of anybody getting arrested. Well, okay, no, I have heard of people getting arrested in museums, like the people who throw tomato soup at like paintings. Those people have been arrested, but that's crazy. What did you do? Were you just like somewhere you weren't supposed to be? Clearly, the problem is that you decided that you had free range to discuss a special interest. Yep, exactly. Um, uh, okay, now we can't let Bonnie leave until we get the deets. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for this stream. It was very informative and interesting. I learned. Thank you. Yeah. Hey, thank you for being here, T-Time Cat, and for everybody being here. I hope you guys did. I'm glad that you guys learned some stuff and that you maybe, if you live near any of these museums, like maybe check them out. Or if you know, if you don't live in any of these museums particularly, check out your local museums. They can definitely use the support, especially now more than ever, if you can. Like, just go check them out. They're awesome. Museums are great. They're an awesome institute. They're awesome institutions that very much better society and culture that are definitely worth it. I accidentally found Mike Pence before he decided to speak on TV. And I went, I'm so sorry. The Secret Service guys were laughing so hard. Wait, so you just like approached him thinking he was just a guy and didn't realize it was him? That is crazy. Wow, that is so funny. I mean, to be fair, Mike Pence is the most like bland, like neutral, um, like the default settings on a character creation like page like guy like in existence. So honestly, I can't blame you too much. Like especially like Midwest. Like if you were like character default on like a Midwest guy, it would probably look like Mike Pence. All right, so let's go ahead. Let's head on back over to our uh office here. All right. Da. Actually, wait, hold on. Wait, before we finish, I have to I want to real quick before we end. Uh Lewis, uh how do you feel about this tier list?
I'm telling the subreddit about this.
No, don't get me canceled on the museum subreddit. They're gonna tear me apart. Oh God. Don't report me to that. I don't want to be on Reddit. Oh man. All right. All right. But anyway, seriously, let's head back here to our office. So yeah, all right. Thank you guys so much for being here. This is really fun. I really enjoyed this. If you are new here, I am not a professor, but you can call me Nap. I do these streams every Wednesday and Sunday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we go through and we talk about things, history, museums, all that fun stuff. Um, so yeah, so if you're interested in any of that, feel free to go ahead and follow. I also next Wednesday or this Wednesday, we're going to be playing more 2 Point Museum. We're going to be finishing up our art museum because we're pretty close to getting the final stars on that. Um, all right, let's see. What else? Oh yeah, and also I have a YouTube channel where I upload shorts on some of the stuff that I research and some of our findings, which I just uploaded a new short today, which is linked in the pinned message at the top of chat. If you could check that out, give it a like to appease the almighty algorithm gods, that would be fantastic. I'm really proud of that short. It covers two people that we researched in the photo from 1888. Uh, all right. So let's see. Who are we going to raid? Who should we raid? Uh, all right. Raid here. Uh, Us Curious. They're doing a reading and writing stream, and we've raided them before, and he's also interested in like I believe last time we raided him, he said he was interested in going back to school for like archive and library science. So let's go ahead and let's show him some support. First we got the raid message for subs. All right, and then raid message for followers. All right. So yeah, that's going to do it for today, folks. Again, thank you guys so much for being here. I hope you guys had a great time. I had a great time yapping about my special interest for for almost 5 hours. This is a lot of fun. But yeah, next stream will be Wednesday, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I hope to see you guys there. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day or night wherever you are. Um, and I hope this inspired you to go check out a museum. That's really the end goal of all this, really. But yeah, all right. So that's going to do it for today, folks. Thank you guys so much for being here. Have a good night, everybody. Take care, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Same nap time, same nap place.